Fixtures, your place for everything European football updates. We come your way every Saturday and Sunday. Just gone by as Fifi Anan with the Vibe Room. His guest, Achiami Kwame. You can call him OK. Having some beautiful jest about music, current lyrics. Now time to talk some football, and it's always an interactive show, so you can always join us on 053996 0539986996. There's a lot to munch on today, a lot to break down, a lot to get into. Arsenal and Manchester City are both busy by different competitions. Liverpool, as we speak, are in action against Crystal Palace. A win for Liverpool today takes them to 4th place after Villa's loss earlier to Fulham. There's a huge opportunity for Liverpool Football Club. Speaking of opportunities, Arsenal can also regain top spots. They beat Newcastle United later today, somewhere around 4 p.m. 4:15ish, I think. Because Manchester City will be busy taking on Southampton in the semi-finals of the FA Cup. So if Arsenal beat Newcastle, they hand over the psychological pressure to Manchester City. We'll be talking some really good topics. We'll be asking some good questions. So do join us for that competition, for that conversation. There is some relegation talk to also get into, because Spurs will be in action against Wolves later today. Spurs need a win badly. Need that win. Yeah, but we are live on the City Sports GHA. You can go there, leave your thoughts with us, and I'll be glad to take them as well. If you're listening to us on radio, welcome. It's 97.3. We're also live on the Channel 1 TV. So we are on from 9 to 5 p.m. I'm Gabi Ofe, in studio with Manol Angelo Kwache, and now Minta, Edwin Kwakofi. Is the man behind all the YouTube beauty, or the YouTube update for you. Let me quickly run you through the fixtures coming up later today, and then we can proceed with the conversation. Let's start off from England, because Fulham earlier today lost. They beat Aston Villa by 1-0. Liverpool, as we speak, are taking on Crystal Palace. There's also West Ham, who are taking on Everton. Wolves are in action against Spurs. And then later at 4:30 is Arsenal up against Newcastle United. For the French Ligue 1, there is Olympique Lyon up against AG Auxerre. Then Angers will take on PSG. Toulouse up against Monaco.
Ajax has landed me in trouble.
We'll get into that
because of
the conversation here. A lot of people disagree. When you go to Germany, there is Augsburg up against Frankfurt, then FC Cologne up against Bayer Leverkusen, Heidenheim up against St. Pauli, and then Mainz take on Bayern Munich. There's Hamburger SV up against Hoffenheim for the games in the German league. For the Italian Serie A, there's Parma up against Pisa. Bologna will take on Roma, and then Verona up against Lecce. Later, 6:45 p.m. So that's the fixtures coming up for you today. Live on 97.3, also live on Channel 1 TV. Always interactive. 0539969960 986 996. Did you actually know that Arsenal led the table for 209 days? Up until City's win against Burnley. Arsenal have been leading the table for 209 days. But they are in action today against Newcastle. For City, they will be taking on Southampton. So the first question we are asking today, that is there really a title race between Arsenal and Manchester City? The polls will be up. Is it truly a two-horse race, or you think that Arsenal can still keep up with winning the title? Of course, they've been favourites since day one, match day one of the English Premier League. And then we have Burnley and Wolves already relegated. Who joins them in relegation, Spurs or West Ham United? Let's hear from you. Then we get to Chelsea's come, because 4 names are running in there: Cesc Fabregas, Andoni Iraola, Diego Simeone, Oliver Glasner. Let us know your take of who would be Liam Rosinia's successor. That's what you actually think that look. Even if you bring Pep in there. Chelsea's policy or the direction of the club will not align with the top managers. That's what we'll be looking at today. But let me quickly run you through that starting 11 between Liverpool and Crystal Palace. Liverpool win today. They go to 4th on the table. They're currently 5th on the table. So Liverpool starts with they have Woodman in post, the back four of Curtis Jones, Ibrahima Konate, Virgil van Dijk, and then Robertson as their left back today. There's Alexis McAllister, Dominic Szoboszlai in the midfield too, Mohamed Salah, Julian, that's Viet playing as a 10, Cody Gakpo, and then Alexander Isak. For Crystal Palace, Henderson is in post for Palace, a back three of Canvot, Lacroix, and Richards. They've got Muniz, Kamada, Watson, Mitchell, Johnson, and Mateta leading the attack for Crystal Palace. If Liverpool win today, they go to 3rd on the table. As we speak, they are 5th with 56 points because Villa earlier lost to Fulham. It was 1-0. And then there's that game between Wolves and Spurs also happening. Goalless between the two sides as we speak. Let me see if I can just do a quick update on the starting 11 for Wolves and Fulham. For that game, starting off with Wolves, Wolves are already relegated. Jose Sa is in post, a back three of Totti, Bueno, Doherty. They've got Bueno again, João Gomez, Andre, and Pedro as playing as the right wing back. Pedro Lima. There's Gomez and Mataz Mane. And they've got Armstrong leading the attack for Wolves. Dominic Solanke is also leading the attack for Spurs. In there, he's got Xavi Simons, Conor Gallagher, Colomwani, Yves Bissouma, Rodrigo Bentancur, Jet Spence, Van de Ven, Kevin Danson, Pedro Porro, and Kinski, who is the goalkeeper for Spurs today. So the games are really, really good. Spurs need to win today, but Wolves will be hoping to drag Spurs into the championship next season. Yeah, Jeminta is here with me. Mano Angelo Kwache also here with me, with Daniel Squashy, who is my right wing man, giving me all the updates when it comes to the score. Speaking of updates, it's just 47 minutes played in the German Bundesliga. Mainz and Bayern Munich. It's Mainz 3, Bayern Munich 0. Hey, after winning the title, Kwache, after winning the title, Company and his boys,
it looks like they partied a little too hard.
They've not recovered. But, they are spoiling boys.
Similar thing happened to Liverpool last season, if you remember.
Yeah.
After they won the league, the 4 games after, they weren't able to win any of them. So,
well.
Bayern still have a lot to play for. So I don't think they can afford
in fact,
to do
there's
that.
a second half actually to come. So let's see what happens. But guys, welcome to the show. Yeah, Jeminta, Manola Angelo Kwache
Yeah, thank you.
here with me. Guys, let's start off with the game that is happening at Anfield. Just quick thoughts on Liverpool taking on Crystal Palace. Huge chance for Liverpool to go fourth because Villa earlier today lost to Fulham by 1-0. Let me start off with you, Kwache. It's a huge opportunity. It's not all done in gloom for Ancelot. That fourth position is still up for grabs.
I mean, yeah, but if Chelsea hadn't been so poor recently, I think it would have been more hectic. But because of Chelsea's running form, I think it's given Liverpool a chance to almost solidify their position and at least guarantee that they play in the Champions League next season. Looking at it from the Crystal Palace point of view, Glasner was talking about how they have the chance to beat Liverpool 4 times in one season, and I think he wants to go out on a high. I'm really impressed with the way he was still able to get them into the Conference League semi-finals, because I think most of his team has been stripped down. I think if you lose Eze, if you lose Gehi, if you lose some of your key players, it makes it very difficult for you to maintain the push the next season, to build on last season. Because if you remember, they were supposed to play in the Europa League, but because of the problem with their owner, John Textor and Lyon, they had to play in the Conference League. So if they're able to win the Conference League, they'll be able to get them into the Europa League. Yeah. So yeah, at least for them, unlike Liverpool, who because they are now out of multiple competitions, they are just trying to, they can focus on the league. Crystal Palace still have their attention on multiple fronts. So for them, I don't know what the approach would be into this game. Obviously, they probably want to win it, but given that they probably have a lot more important games to come in the season, I think they might not go as hard for it. And I think Liverpool need to take the opportunity for that and try and make sure they get this win, get a gap between them and Chelsea and other teams chasing like Brighton and Brentford, and at least guarantee that next season they get Champions League football.
For Liverpool, you confident that they can go past Crystal Palace this afternoon?
Yes. I mean, the fact that they came on the back of a humbling loss to PSG in the Champions League, and they ended up beating Everton. They didn't overly play well, but they ended up beating Everton, and that's one of the things that has eluded them ever since they had that brilliant run to open the season, where they weren't playing very well, but they were winning games at the death for the most part. And you were calling it Arnie time, slot time, those kind of things. But after that phase, they kind of ended up on the other side of late goals, where this time around wasn't they scoring the goals, but they conceding goals quite late. And it really, really hurt them. There were multiple points that they dropped from winning positions because they conceded late goals, with it ending up in losses, with it ending up in draws. And that's how come they fell quickly out of the title contention, because they were just conceding too many late goals. And the fact that they were able to hold on to their lead against Everton and managed to get that win over a very big rival. I think it just gives them that little bit of momentum to see out a game like this one against Crystal Palace. So for me, I'll go with the Liverpool win over Crystal Palace, and that will pretty much solidify their Champions League spots. Looking at the fact that Aston Villa lost today, and so Liverpool do have a chance to close in on them and make that spot theirs, because you look at the other contenders, Chelsea is winning badly, and Brighton and Hove Albion now rank 6th, but have quite a bit of a gap to catch on before they get into that phase where they are contending for a Champions League spot. So I think with Liverpool, once they can get a win over Crystal Palace, it will pretty much be like 75% qualification to the Champions League for next season. But for this game, I do see them beating Crystal Palace.
So Liverpool are actually playing today with their 2 experienced goalkeepers. Without their 2 experienced, Alisson is injured, Mamadashvili is also injured, so they had to go with Frederick Woodman, I think from the academy.
It's all about the defense, how that defense can line up and defend in front of him. If they can do a proper job, I don't think he'll be that troubled. And there's also the bit about Crystal Palace getting a little bit sidetracked about the Conference League semi-final. The Conference League semi-final, because I think because they'll be having a good look at that particular game and know that yes, there is a chance to make history in there. And yeah, they might be pulling out of a few challenges. I mean, they are humans after all. They are professionals, but they are humans after all. They want to keep themselves not bloodied up or battered up before heading into the Europa Conference League semi-final. So yeah, everything points to Liverpool winning this one. But that should be a yellow card for Salah.
Yeah.
That was a terrible.
Did he touch that?
I think that's been given as a penalty.
Yeah, that's I'm surprised because look at the boy again.
The trailing leg.
Oh, that was no touch there.
How is that a penalty?
Well, I mean,
yeah.
So the update is that there's a penalty. Given to Liverpool. I think it was Lacroix.
No, Johnson.
Brennan Johnson.
Brennan Johnson. Okay.
It was even outside the box.
Yeah, let's see what the verdict will be. It was Salah who was just chasing Liverpool's counter-attack in there. But actually, the race for Europe is heading for a thrilling finale because, just like y'all said, a lot of the teams, Chelsea, who were in there some weeks back, seems to have fallen off the. What do you want to look at? The teams that are trying to catch up with Europe next season. So let's see.
But I mean, that's how quickly a season can change. Because I think 5 or 6 games ago, you'd have definitely said that Chelsea, before they went, they went and they lost to in the Champions League. They were in quite good form. Just the games against Arsenal and the Carabao Cup that they had lost.
I didn't see it. I was one of the few people who said no. I don't see Chelsea qualified to the Champions League.
Yeah, I remember.
And they came for my neck. But yeah, well, what do I do?
I mean, you did also predict the beaten by PSG. And I think it also goes to show that there needs to be at least consistency in the way they try and approach the thing. And it looks like the owners themselves.
That PSG will beat them.
Yeah.
When we're speaking, that wasn't I had to think deep to analyze. Oh, no, that one was so crystal clear. PSG.
Well, I mean, it's just been a difficult season for them. And so a team like Brighton, they go on a winning run, and then all of a sudden they're in the race for Europe. And Brentford themselves were pushing close, but I think they've won their last 5 Premier League games in a row, and that means they're still within a shout, but it means that they are not as close as they'd like to be. And this season has been almost all the teams below Arsenal and Man City have been inconsistent themselves, and it's given a lot of opportunities for teams that can go on a run of form. Because Fulham themselves earlier this season were near the relegation zone, and they've been able to slowly build themselves towards the top. I think Sunderland started up quite high up, but I think as the season has progressed, they've also sort of come towards the middle of the table. So I think a lot of teams have settled, and it's been based on how good a run of form you can go in for a period of time, especially a crucial part like this, like the end of the season.
Okay, so the verdict from the referees, that penalty wasn't given, so it's still goalless between Liverpool and Crystal Palace. 25 minutes played at Anfield. Speaking of the top 5, I think it's just 8 points separating the 9 teams who are currently ranked 6th to 14th. So from Brighton all the way down to Newcastle United. Newcastle themselves are in action against Arsenal today. Guys, let's talk about the title race real quick. That's the first one I want us to look into. Arsenal have led the Premier League table for 209 days. Up until City's win against Burnley. It was 1-0, right?
Yeah.
Haaland, who scored that goal.
You know what they say about elephants and trees?
The elephant is heavier than the tree. City on top of the tree. I think that Arsenal in action against Newcastle later today at 4:30. At that same time, we'll have Manchester City taking on Southampton in the FA Cup. If Arsenal wins, they hand over the psychological pressure to Manchester City to respond themselves. But I think there is still some heavy weight and pressure on Mikel Arteta and his boys today to take on Newcastle. A Newcastle side that have also gone about 8 games. They've won just 1 under Eddie Howe. Eddie Howe himself is under immense pressure on the part of the fans for the top hierarchy to show Eddie Howe the exit. How big of a game is it for us now today? Yeah, let me start off with you.
Well, it is big. I mean, you're looking at what is at stake. It is a big game, and Arsenal can't afford to slip any further. They can't afford to slip any further. You slipped against Bournemouth, you slipped against Manchester City. you can't sleep for a third game in a row. You just can't. So, and this Newcastle team, they are like Bournemouth, but unlike Bournemouth, who went into that Arsenal game on the back of an 11-game unbeaten streak. This Newcastle team, it's a pesky side, it's a stubborn side, quite difficult, but they've shown that they are very beatable, and at this point, their confidence is quite shaken. Their confidence is quite shaken because you look at the players, there's a bit of doubt about everything that they do, Voltemada, especially the attackers.
Yeah.
And Bruno Guimaraes, the guy who makes everything happen for them, he's also has some injury issues. The last time he fell sick and all that. So he has some physical ailments that he has to deal with. So he's not the same guy.
Okay.
And even the coach, Eddie Howe, you can tell that, at this point, he knows that it's very likely he will go. His position, I think this is the most unsettled period in his career at Newcastle, where there are major serious questions about his future and his chances of staying in the position beyond this season, especially when there are credible managers who will be free this off-season. We are watching one of those guys, his teams play, Oliver Glasner.
Yeah.
After getting Crystal Palace to win the FA Cup, not Carabao Cup, the Community Shield, which again is the Super Cup version, is the English version of the Spanish Super Cup and the Italian Super Cup, and putting Crystal Palace in the Conference League semi-finals. Let's say they go ahead and they win it. Do you think Newcastle, the owners, will have any doubt or second thoughts of letting Eddie Howe go and replacing him with Oliver Glasner? I don't think they would.
Yeah.
And considering the finances of Newcastle and Crystal Palace, it is clear that Newcastle have more money in the bank than Crystal Palace.
Yeah.
They even have some financial issues that they need to clear before they can spend as they want to. Other than that, they would have been able to open the checkbook and spend crazy amounts of money because they are backed by the Saudi folks.
Yeah.
So there's money to be spent, and unlike, let's say, Andoni Raiola, let's say AFC Bournemouth, who do not spend as much, Newcastle, they are willing to spend a lot of money. We saw what happened when they had that Alexander Isak money, what they did. It hasn't so far played out well.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, they show the willingness to spend. And so if you're Oliver Glasner and you had issues with Crystal Palace ownership because they are not willing to, spend a little bit, then why wouldn't he be a great fit? Even Andoni Raiola, if he gets to Newcastle, it will be good because they are willing to spend. And this time around, this off-season, they could end up spending money because they could end up selling Anthony Gordon.
Okay.
And he will come for some solid, good money. And once they get it, they've shown that they are willing to reinvest that kind of money in the playing squad. So Eddie Howe's position is under serious threat. It's under serious threat, and that's why I honestly believe Arsenal, they should be able to beat this Newcastle team, because from top to bottom there are question marks all over the place. There isn't enough confidence. There's a high level of doubt running through from the top to the bottom. And honestly, I believe, if you are Arsenal, you're in this desperate position,
deja vu,
they should be able to capitalize on it and get the win over Newcastle.
Yeah, I mean, just to touch on the Eddie Howe point, it's not, obviously he's far more experienced manager, but I think Eddie Howe is in a situation that's slightly similar to what Otuado found himself in. If you
which is what
which is, if you look at the manager just based on what they have achieved before, based on their track record, what you want and what you want them to achieve, what your objectives are, there's a disconnect. If that makes sense.
So
what
moving forward.
Yeah. So if like we expect to be competitive at the World Cup,
Yeah.
and we can't take a coach that has never coached like how to call it, top level football for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Newcastle wants to be in a position where they are constantly winning trophies and competing to be top of the league.
Yeah.
And
or even constantly qualifying for like Europe Champions League. They are doing it constantly, and then they are there competing with the big teams. Yeah, some way somehow they take it.
But you can see through the signings that they make that he has an influence on the players that they're choosing. Some of the decisions that have been made, their sporting director leaving, whether Mitchell when he went to he left and he ended up going to Manchester United. I think that was because of a struggle between him and Eddie Howe on the team. So there's clearly been different instances where they've backed him thoroughly, and it's just now that you look at it, but like I said, they want to be winning trophies, they want to be competing, and fairly or unfairly, Eddie Howe's reputation comes from when he was able to take Bournemouth to the Premier League, winning 3 successive promotions from League One to the Championship and then to the Premier League.
Mm-hmm.
He is not necessarily known for being a trophy winning manager. For while he's been at Newcastle, he's been able to put them in 2 finals. The first year they lost the AFL Cup final to Manchester United, Ten Hag's first trophy. But then the second season against Liverpool, they were able to win that. So somehow they are getting towards winning. But for Newcastle fans, what they want to be doing is to be competing in the Champions League. And this season, when they got to the round of 16 against Barcelona, they weren't able to put up a good show. They haven't been very good in the cup competition this season. So if you are Newcastle, you're looking at it thinking that we want to be getting towards a level, but it seems like now we're stagnating. So I understand why. I understand why he's under pressure, and I just feel like because of how his reputation has been built as a championship manager, there's always going to be a point where once he's not winning games, people are going to wonder whether he is the next manager that gets in the next stage, or whether they should try and get maybe, like I said, maybe someone like Glasner who has a Europa League and FA, someone who has a pedigree of consistently winning, so that they can push the team forward based on the amount of investment that they're doing.
Well, Liverpool have taken the lead against Crystal Palace. Alexander Isak is back on Liverpool score sheets. It's Liverpool 1, Crystal Palace 0. 34 minutes played at Anfield, and this should be a big win for Liverpool. Taking, if they're able to add more goals and keep up with the 3 points, they will be 4th on the position. Charlie, Ekitike was the man for Liverpool for a while. And up until that injury, I think it was a quad injury.
No, Achilles.
Yeah. Achilles tendon. Yeah. Okay, the quad was Kudus and this guy, Militao. And now it's for today is Isak who's leading the. But this guy is not in an offside.
No, he's onside.
He was onside?
He's onside. I think there was a defender that was playing him on.
Okay. So there was a strike from McAllister. Okay. I mean,
it's not the tidiest of finishes,
but
at the end of the day, he got the ball in the back of the net.
It's the most important thing is that the ball is at the back of the net. Yeah. I think because it took a bounce on the turf.
Yeah, like I said, he didn't make the best of connections.
Very difficult for.
But at the end of the day, I mean, he did what he needed to do. Just managed to get the ball in the back of the net. I've seen strikers use their tummies. I've seen strikers use their shoulders. Shout out to Mario Balotelli to score goals. I've seen them use even their buttocks to score goals. At the end of the day, once you're able to get a legal part of your body to steer the ball into the net, it is a legal goal. And so we counted as such. And the goal stands.
But what would this goal do for Isak's confidence? For a player who was purchased from Newcastle to some way somehow be the that falls up front for Liverpool. He's gone through a lot of injuries and all of that.
I mean, he won't do anything. I don't think he'll do anything. I mean, it was as clear as day that he didn't have a preseason, and all he needed to do was to get some games under his belt, and he scored a couple of goals, and the injury came in, and now he's returned. He looked a bit rusty on a couple of games. Against PSG, the second leg. But now you can tell that he's been able to shake off that rust after that game against Everton, and now he's showing that he's looking a bit sharper than before. So I don't think he will do much. It will do anything to him because he knows that he's quality, and he knows that he he's a very talented player. All that was going against him or went against him and prevented him from being able to replicate the kind of form that he had at Newcastle early in his career at Liverpool was that he wasn't even available, and it was down to injury. And so for me, I don't think this will do anything for him. I think he already knows that he has the package and he has the goods. So it's just about being able to be available on the pitch, and he knows that he'll be able to produce.
Okay, Kwashi. I think 4 or 5 more games to end the season for Isak.
I mean, it's been a disappointing first season for the most expensive player in British transfer history in terms of the Premier League. I don't think he expected to have the season, but like y'all said, I think if you take into account the preseason he had, and it's not necessarily self-inflicted, because the way it's being reported, it makes it seem sometimes like Liverpool, if not necessarily told him to take that position, they encouraged him when he took that stance in order to help them facilitate the transfer. But all that meant that he was doing that at the expense of constant training. He wasn't able to have the regular preseason with Newcastle, and coming into the season, that load shedding program that Arne Slot was trying to run with him and Hugo Ekitike, I always felt that wasn't necessarily going to be, obviously, because you have to play the striker that's in form. But if one striker plays well and then he starts, and because you have to let the other striker also play, because he's an expensive player. Ekitike too, because he costs about 70-80 million. You can't just spend this much amount of money on these players and then not be able to use them. So I think as much as he can, he would have wanted to use Vert, he would have wanted to use Isak, he would have wanted to use Ekitike. How he'd have been able to fit all 3 of them into the same system, I think he's realized that that's actually going to be a bit challenging, because in as much as they can all play different positions on the pitch, they all tend to float around the same side. Vert floats to that left-hand side, Isak and Ekitike too like to drift in from that side. So when the 3 of them are playing, it almost creates a bit of traffic in that area. Liverpool have scored again.
Well, second goal for Liverpool. Andy Robertson has added to Liverpool's lead. I mean, he's leaving at the end of the season, but leaving with on a high. So Liverpool 2, Crystal Palace 0. Is that listening?
Yeah. He changes his look all the time. He can go and cut the hair, and then he shaves the beard, and he looks like an entirely different person.
I see. So Liverpool 2, Crystal Palace 0. 40 minutes played at Anfield.
Things an assist for Woodman.
Yeah. Charlie, Woodman at a point was under pressure. If Palace were about to equalize, a go header from Jean-Philippe Mateta, I think possession turnover, Liverpool quickly on the counter attack.
Transition play.
Oh my goodness. Slots in the pass. Robertson, very good position.
Like a striker.
Takes one spot and
Curtis Jones with a pass.
Yeah.
Very good pass.
Very, very good pass.
This is how Ghana is going to be playing against Carlos Cruz.
Oh.
Yeah, under Carlos Cruz. Yes, transition play. The goalkeeper made a save.
Quickly. You switch
two passes,
the attack on the opponent.
and we are on the move. You're
see.
attacking the opponent. And just like that, they scored. The second goal, it cushions their lead.
You had to find a way to just chip in.
That's how Ghana is going to be playing. So imagine in this scenario, you have Jordan Ayew in there. How are you going to score? That's an opportunity. That would have been an opportunity goal.
Yeah.
You see why we complain, and people think like,
so that would have been.
I think if we're just to replay that sequence, I think Jordan would have ended up being where Curtis Jones is, and maybe someone like Fatao would have been
running. Semenyo made the pass. He made the pass to Jordan, and he made the run, but Jordan didn't reciprocate it by giving him the ball when he was running into position. Rather, he turned. He turned and faced his own post and turned again, and the chance was gone. But look at this: 1-2 passes, he runs onto the ball, he slots it into the net. That's how it works, because the opposing team was exposed. They were on the attack. They had committed a lot of bodies forward.
Yeah. And
so if you have the ball and you have guys who are athletic enough and have the spatial awareness to pick out the right passes, why waste such an opportunity? Because you won't always be able to break down a team that has a set defense. You won't always be able to do it, no matter how good you are. You won't be able to do it. So those transition moments, you should be eating them up as many times as you can.
When it presents itself, take
Yeah.
take advantage of it. Okay. So Liverpool have done that. It's Liverpool 2, Crystal Palace 0. 053996996. We have 3 games as we speak happening at the same time. Liverpool, Crystal Palace, West Ham United, Everton, goalless at the London Stadium. Wolves, Southampton, nope. Wolves and Spurs are also playing 44 minutes at the Molineux. In there, so
I think his
no,
Spurs
relegation battle. Wolves and then Spurs. Wolves are looking. They want to drag Spurs to get to the red zone with them.
His Spurs are not
In
able to
championship
win.
next season.
If Spurs aren't able to win this game, I think they should just be relegated.
But how
there
is
and
Spurs
then.
not even in the lead as we speak?
How you are playing against Wolves, the team like at least that's a team that's been worse than you this season, and you are like, and they desperately need a result. And the thing
Yeah.
that's surprising me is I don't think I've seen much of an impact in terms of De Zerbi since he came, which
Mhm.
is kind of what we expected. We're expecting him not to necessarily come and flood them with tactics, just build them with confidence. But I think it's a mentality thing, and sometimes you see it a little with the way Arsenal are behaving. Sometimes it looks like everything is going wrong.
Yeah.
Sometimes it feels like that, and with Spurs too happened. Like last week, they were leading 2-1 against Brighton, and Javi Simmons scored in the 77th minute, and then he took off his shirt and he's wildly celebrating. And that's the time where probably they needed to be more calm and to be more patient. But then it gets into 90 minutes, and
Charlie, you should
just
see
feel
Xavi
like
Simons when Brighton equalized. Charlie, the guy won't cry. All the hard work undone.
he had a choice between. He had a lot of teams coming in for him this summer, even Chelsea. And then when he came, you remember his signing thing was Spurs called and I picked.
Yeah.
And now, it
he's
looks
enjoying
like,
it.
yeah, and it looks like he's walked into. I don't think he knew what he was walking into. And it looks like all of a sudden, Madison was supposed to be back, but it looks like Zabi says he might not be back too soon. Maybe he might only be fit for the bench. So it looks like creatively everything is expected to run through him. Does that make sense? And with Kudus also being out injured, it means that there's a lot of pressure on him, and he has to be the one who comes up with those special moments. And he came up with one against Brighton. And obviously, when you see what Kevin done, so being unable to hold on to possession, like a very simple, how do you call it, mistake like that, and a very costly part of the game, it makes you start to wonder about, like, mentality wise, like how are they dealing with everything, with the pressure that's coming on them, because it looks like they are cracking how do you call it, and they expect, like I keep saying, they expected to be out of the relegation zone by now. They've had so many good opportunities to do that, but some way somehow, with about 5 games left to go, they still seem to be in a relegation zone. Forest have moved away. Forest have 39 now. I think Leeds are on 40 points. The only team realistically that they can drag into this is West Ham.
Yeah.
And the only way they can do that is actually start winning games. But if you look at the football that they've been playing since the start of the year, they haven't been impressive at all.
Okay. Well, in Germany, Bayern have equalized. Drawn 1 goal back. Nicholas Jackson. Yeah, he scored for Bayern Munich. He's in there. 0539969996. 0539969996. Let me take some messages on YouTube and okay, so Timotino 1400 says, Charlie, so my team Chelsea won't qualify for the Champions League. I can't see the players made the management sack Liam. Okay. Sweet Kwame says Manchester City will beat Crystal Palace. Okay. He says imagine a 4-4-2 at United, Kobe and Bruno in midfield, Cunha plus Mbuemo Shesko up front. I am Kasoft. Okay, I think he's a United fan. All right. So Sweet Kwame also doing his analysis on the Arsenal Newcastle United game. There is the not Carabao, the FA Cup semi-final later to look forward to. City taking on Southampton. Kwachi, if Arsenal win today, like I said, they hand over the psychological pressure to Manchester City. City would have to be dealing with the FA Cup and all of that. You think Arsenal can have what it takes to go past Newcastle today?
I actually think it'll have a counter effect. I think if you look at Man City, obviously they probably won't progress to the next round. But I think if you look at Arsenal, they look at this and they shouldn't be playing this weekend. They should be in the FA Cup. They should not be going out to Southampton Like, because like we saying, at the start of the year, it looked like they could win all 4 trophies. Even as far back as March, they probably had a shot of winning all 4 trophies. They lose the Carabao Cup final, and then they get knocked out of 2 cup competitions in consecutive games, and then all of a sudden the season has a whole entirely different perspective on it. I think some of the Arsenal fans will look at this game and be thinking that we should be playing in the FA Cup final. We shouldn't necessarily have to be playing in the league. And even if they're able to win the game today against Newcastle, I still think that Man City can just go back into their mindset to when they had a game in hand, and still think that everything is within their hands. And especially with the way games are going, I think City are good at that. If they know that they just need to win all the rest of their games to secure the Premier League, I've seen them do it on at least 2, 3, 4, 5 occasions where they can just lock in and get the wins they need. If Arsenal are also able to win their games, it might come out to go different. And that also now comes down to how Arsenal are going to approach their games. Are they going to be, how do you call it? Are they going to be conservative? And there's also a key point to mention that with Arsenal, one of the main changing points this year, they haven't scored as many goals from corners since the start of the year. Before the season, before the how do you call it, got to December, the mid part of the season, I think about half of their goals, we let them out. Those own goals and how do you call it, goals from set pieces accounted for nearly 50%. Like in set pieces alone was about 35%. But since the how do you call it, in the games since then, they haven't been able to. I don't know if necessarily if teams have been able to figure out how to defend properly from corners. I don't know if the absence of Gabriel in some of those games, because he was the one who was getting it on the end of games, and I think for some of the games he's also been missing. Obviously it can't be that simplistic, but there has to be a reason why they are not able to capitalize from that as much. But that then means that it's had an effect on the number of goals that they're able to score in games now. So their goals have also reduced, and it means that they become a little tighter. Whereas City, given the form of Haaland, given how Semenyo has been, you can expect them to also be a bit free-flowing and scoring. So in terms of Man City, I don't think it'll put any pressure on them. I think they can just go back to when they had a game in hand and still know that deep down everything is in their hands. And even now they already have the advantage with with the number of goals scored.
Well, halftime at Anfield, and also halftime at the London Stadium. At the London Stadium is still goalless. West Ham taking on Everton, and then at Anfield is Liverpool up against Crystal Palace. 97.3 the Republic of Football. Here where you are Jaminta. Also Manuel Angelo Kwachi 053996 053996 That's the WhatsApp text line. You can head there and leave your thoughts. Let me just do a quick update around the match league centers, and then so at 4:15 today there's the semi-finals of the FA Cup to look forward to. Southampton taking on Manchester City. For the French Liga, it's Olympique Lyon 3, AJ Auxerre 2. I've got some Ghanaian players who play for AJ Auxerre. Let me see if they started today. Elisha Uzu. I was favorite. Elisha Uzu is starting. Gideon Mensah is also in there. Both players, I'm sure Carlos Queiroz will be looking at their performance. In fact, 3 players. Marvin Senaya is also there. So Marvin Senaya is also there. So the 3 players all started today. Charlie. Black Stars players, they are doing well.
All are starting.
Yeah, all starting. Okay, cool. It's a good sign. You don't have anything to say.
Oh,
no, because these players were. The last collab we.
But that's another thing. Now that it's a different coach.
Senaya is playing on the right. Gideon Mensah on the left. Elisha was in the midfield to pivot. So it's. I think it's a good thing to see in there, because I think Black Stars on the right back, we still got issues in there. So if Senaya, but even before Otto called him, he was making appearances for Auxerre.
Oh yeah, easy.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, but they need to do what they can to stay in the eyesight of the new manager. Not necessarily that all the progress they made previously under Otuado is going to waste. Obviously, some of the other members of the technical team are still there, and they can still highlight maybe the additional benefit that these players can bring to the team. But at the same time, too, it's a new coach, and it's a new coach, new rules. Everything, he's now going to decide the players that he wants, the players that he thinks are how they call it, suitable to the system that he wants to play. So the best way that they can show that they will be suitable to play in that system is to how they call it, have consistent football right now.
Okay, so that's the quick update on the 3 Ghanaian players who play for AJ Auxerre in the French Liga, but they are losing to Olympique Lyon in that game. Later at 5 p.m. there's Angers taking on PSG, and then at 7:05 Toulouse up against AS Monaco. In Germany, Augsburg 1, Frankfurt 0. FC Cologne are losing to Bayer Leverkusen. Heidenheim are also winning against St. Pauli. Mainz 3, Bayern Munich 1, Wolfsburg 0, Borussia Mönchengladbach also 0, and then Hamburger SV are also taking on Hoffenheim as we speak. In the Italian Serie A, there is, I think, about 3 games that would happen today. Parma beating Pisa 90 plus 4 minutes. Game will end soon. Bologna up against AS Roma later 4, and then Verona take on Lecce. If you go to the Dutch Eredivisie, NAC Breda will be in action today against Ajax. So we're doing what we call here the Ghanaian Players Abroad Watch, and seeing because from now to it's now 47 days to the start of the World Cup. So you have to every Ghanaian player everywhere. And here there's one striker in the Cambodian league.
Kwame Pepa.
35 goals in 31 matches.
Hey,
36
goals
in 31 matches.
10 assists in 31 games.
He's the hottest striker.
I'm surprised.
Yeah, why are you discrediting the guy's young man's hard work?
Me always is quality. It's quality. The basic line is quality, and the denominator should be quality. The standard should be quality.
The same football. You play against defenders, they give you the ball.
Yeah, and you score.
Try and score.
So are you questioning the quality of the league?
I'm questioning his quality.
His quality.
Yeah, his quality.
But as the numbers he's had, is not doing very good.
But you know me since me, I look beyond statistics.
I know.
But I look beyond the numbers.
I
watch you like. Your movement, you're a striker.
Eye test, eh?
Okay, you're a striker. What am I looking out for? Can you play with your back to goal?
Mm-hmm.
Even Erling Haaland, as elite as he is, that is a weakness in his game.
Yeah.
Those are the things I'm looking for. You are a striker. Can you play with your back to goal? Why is Didier Drogba rated so highly? His numbers impressive.
He perfect exactly. He didn't. The numbers were not that bad.
His numbers that impressive.
I don't even.
Chris Wood is like 8 games, 8 goals away from tying DJ Drogba's Premier League goal count
record.
But would you put Chris Wood in DJ Drogba's tier? Of course not.
Nope.
But DJ Drogba did things that made you see that okay, this be player, this be striker. Play with your back to goal, hold up play. You being able to feel the presence of defenders before you even get the ball gets to you and know what to do. Having a nose for goal, having a nose for the ball. Those are the things I'm looking out for.
Do you think we have a striker in that profile in the current Black Stars setup?
I probably
No.
Not just the players we've called up in the last couple of assignments, but any other player. Doesn't Prince Edukov not give you
I was about
that?
to say Prince Wabnedu is probably the most like.
But no, of course I saw some.
Like
I saw the
typical number 9.
what he did against
Germany?
Germany?
I don't see.
I mean Germany. I think the problem
because
is
I
he wasn't
think
able to hold up
he
the
would
ball.
function in that role. So like 2 strikers up top.
Yeah, but I don't think he's of the level high. And I feel like it makes sense. I think he's in the
yeah.
mode of that striker,
Yeah.
but he's not necessarily the.
He still needs some fine
Yeah,
tuning.
he still needs how to call it, work on some 1 or 2 things before I think he can lead the line for Ghana. And that'll be the same
A
thing.
guy, for me, I'll pick Jerry Free. I think he has good positioning and he has a nose for the ball. Like he knows where the ball will be. He's always around where the ball is, around where the action area is. For some strange reason, he has it. So for me, Jerry Free. And per what I've seen in the Ghana Premier League, yeah, I'll definitely pick Rudolph Mensah also with All Blacks.
I see. He's got that too.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, I mean, but at how do you call it? At the end of the day, what I'm worried about is I don't think any of these players are probably necessarily going to be the starting strikers for the Black Stars.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
he's going to play with
And that's where if you have someone
wingers,
if
wing
you have,
forwards.
if you have someone who has got 36 goals in 31 games and you're hot and you have 5 substitutions in the World Cup, I mean, Cambodia, Panama. Let's like you can. I think you can probably find the quality, like if he's platform right around the right players around him. I think it's not necessarily him in particular, but I think if we get the right striker playing that system, you can just get someone who can just link up with other players well and still be able to produce. The thing about Prince Kwabena is I think his numbers, obviously, as a striker you have to do a lot more, but his numbers themselves have not been that good this season. And I think we're talking about the last time about how there were times where you could tell that was affecting his confidence per se. Does that make sense? There were times where I think if he had been doing things more continuously that were successful, some more things would have been instinctive, like how he would have blocked the ball, how he would have tried to win certain fouls. And maybe it's just more experience that he needs for that.
Okay. Well, let's see what would happen. We want to take our very first break. When we come back, we'll try and get into some of the other conversations. Liverpool is halftime between Liverpool Crystal Palace. Liverpool 2, Crystal Palace 0. Alexander Isak and then Andy Robertson given Liverpool the lead against Palace. Elsewhere, Spurs are also playing a goalless draw with Wolves, same as Everton and also West Ham United. We're taking a break. When we come back, there's more football talk for you right here on the Republic of Football on 97.3 live on Channel 1 TV as well. I am Gabi Ofe here with you, Jim Inter and Manola Angelo Kwachi. Stay with us, we'll be back pretty soon. 97.3. I'm Gabi Affair. We are Jamie Tamanol Angelo Kwache. Do join us by sending your thoughts 0539986996. 0539986996. Well, Bayern Munich do you have another goal drawn back. It's now 3-2. Mainz 3, Bayern 2. The second half between Liverpool and Crystal Palace has also started. But elsewhere, West Ham and then Everton is goalless between the two sides. And Spurs are taking on Wolves in that game. We do have a poll up, and what we are asking is that who will emerge victorious in the title race between Arsenal and Manchester City. You can go there, leave your votes. Just two simple answers. Arsenal won't let it slip, and Manchester City can't be stopped now. We have 76% so far for City and 24% for Arsenal. I'm going to tip City to win the title. I'm not sure how the Arsenal fans will take this though. Let me take some messages on YouTube. This one says, Spurs, wake up. I need goals. I'll say Josiah. Says they can win. Cry. Says Bayern 2, Mainz 3. Okay. Let me see that some more messages from says Leicester relegated to League One. Yes, they were relegated over the week. Sweet Kwame with that. It says Arsenal don't play as a team but just individual brilliance. Gabriel for headers, Rice for corners.
I think that's a little unfair. on Arsenal. A little too simplistic on.
That's a Man City fan though. I know Sweet Kwame is a Man City fan, so you can understand when he does that. But Liverpool also still have their lead against Crystal Palace. Liverpool 2, Crystal Palace 0. The poll for that City and Arsenal one is still on. So you can head there and also leave your thoughts on that conversation. Somebody mentioned the Leicester City thing. Question, let me just take your thoughts on that game. Two Ghanaian players who play for Leicester City, they got relegated over the week after losing in their last game they played. What do you think would run through the minds of Jordan and Fatal that they know that there's a World Cup coming? I don't think these two players will play in the 30 of English football.
I mean, but luckily for them, the World Cup comes before then. So I think they will also now be thinking that they can use the World Cup as an opportunity to go showcase what they can do, especially for Jordan, show that he can still play at that level and maybe get one last big contract. And for Fatal, I think he obviously when Leicester were going to the Championship, I think there was talk about whether he's how when teams are relegated, the other big teams try and take some of the best players that they have. You saw that with Tyler Dublin at Southampton. How do you call it? Nottingham Forest also did a similar thing with with Hutchinson when they got him from Ipswich. And if you to tie it in with this, I think it would make it very, not complicated, but like I said, I think it's just straightforward. You have a chance. Obviously, you've been relegated now. You haven't had a good season. I think Fatal himself personally has had I wouldn't say it's an exceptional season, but he's had season. Yeah, but he's had standout moments within that season. Even though the season in itself, he hasn't been as consistent as probably he would like to be. But I think he can also now see it as using the rest of the season and the World Cup as an opportunity to show other teams, maybe in the Premier League, maybe in one of the other big teams, because these things can happen like that. I don't think anyone thought Kamaldeen would end up playing in the Champions League the next season after he was relegated with Southampton. Yeah, I think if you're able to show your quality, there are always teams that are looking around, and like once you're relegated, Leicester in particular, they need money. I'll say that if they expect to be making the budget of the Premier League. I think if you see they release a new training facility. I don't know if you've seen that, but it's an incredible, incredible round. But it looks like they'll have to be using all that and in the third tier of English football, where if you were expecting to be making Premier League money and then you had to adjust it to Championship money, now the TV money is getting even smaller when you get to League One, which means now you're almost in a position where the only ways you can earn money as a club is through sponsorship deals, and that's also going to be now reduced because you're in League One. You're not going to be getting the highest offers for advertisements. I mean, now the only way they'd probably be making money is through actual gate receipts, like money sold from people coming to the games to watch them. And now you factor in the fact that they've been relegated again. You're going to also have disappointed fan bases who are also thinking, is it worth my money to? Because the season ticket price probably won't change, but they still have to go and watch Leicester, who are now in League One. So I'm just saying, financially, there's a lot that they'll have to make up for, and if they can get one or two players who stand out, maybe Fatau, and they can get good money for him, I think it's an avenue that they'll definitely try and explore.
Okay, so let's see what's up with Fatau Isaku and also Jordan Ayew. But West Ham do have a lead against Everton. Thomas Susek. Oh my goodness! I'm sure Spurs will be looking at the results. So Spurs at this point
would be 5 points behind.
I mean, they're already there.
They'd go 4 points behind West Ham, which means West Ham are at least a game ahead of them.
And it's 3-3 between Mainz and Bayern. Hey!
Bundesliga.
Oh, Dabi. Mainz, you take a 3-goal lead against Bayern? I'm not even sure they started with their key players, though. I'm really not sure. But
I think if you look at not their B squad, but if you have players like Leonard Carl and Nicholas Jackson as your
there's Jackson, Goretzka, Luis Diaz, Rafael Guerrero,
and Diaz is having an incredible season.
Ndiaye, Alphonso Davies. The squad is not that bad.
Yeah, it's quite.
Kim Min-jae.
Just on Diaz, he's having a ridiculous season.
Yeah.
He's in all competitions, I think for Bayern, he's got 20 goals and 25 assists this season. Which is incredible numbers, especially when you counter the fact that Keane himself has over 50 goals. I think he's hit 51 goals.
Yeah.
Olise has over 50 goals and assists put together. So that front line of Bayern this season have been incredibly productive. And I think you can see it in how they are still pushing on in the Champions League and in the DFB Pokal as well.
Okay. So the poll is still up for that City and Arsenal conversation. Who will emerge victorious in the title race between Arsenal and Manchester City? Let us know your thoughts. Who are you picking to win? In Arsenal, the reports with the statistics is that they led the table for 209 days. Now they are tied on the same point with Manchester City. Just a goal scored separating them. City have scored 66 goals. Arsenal do have 63. That's why City are top of the table. I saw somebody asking that question that they all have the same goal difference. The same point. But why is Man City on top of the table? The person said that the EPL people wouldn't listen for City.
I think they're even equal on the goal difference as well.
Yeah, the goal difference is plus 37.
Yeah, so they're both on.
But the goal scored is City 66, and then Arsenal do have 63.
There's about 3 goals in it. It's not a large gap. But I think if it then came down to that, I think it'll come down to head to head.
Well, Bayern Munich 4, Mainz 3. Hey, don't give up. In this life, don't give up. Just don't give up. Bayern Munich 4, Mainz 3. You would have thought. That's the update from the German Bundesliga.
Bayern have done that a few times this season. I think we were watching a game out of Public for where they went 2-0 down and they ended up coming to win 6-2.
Exactly.
So, and they always have the quality on the bench. It's if there's a problem, they can always form a cavalry to come on. And there's just a big gap between Bayern and the rest of the teams in the Bundesliga. So sometimes it makes it.
Well, this one, if you go and over, then this is over 4.5.
Oh, over
7.5.
Yeah.
But how can you do over 7.5? Are you a soothsayer to see that 7 goals will come in?
I think when people go under 0.5 or under 1.52, that's equally as risky. And then whenever you see a team attacking, you have to pray they don't score. It's complicated for it. But if you look at the Bundesliga themselves, Yeah, if you look at Bundesliga themselves, it's been quite,
Yeah.
It's been quite not as competitive this season. I always thought Dortmund would be the team that would be able to to pose a challenge to Bayern, but they haven't been able to do that. Leverkusen themselves, since Xabi Alonso left, and the debacle that started with Ten Hag this season. Obviously, I think they've adjusted again. They've been able to get much better, but they are still struggling in terms of the table, and it just means that the rest of the league itself becomes a little. I don't want to say weak, but then another thing which with Bayern is they recruit really well within the Bundesliga. I think that's where you saw that last season. They were their targets were the big Voltemada and Florian Wirtz. They often like to go to the other teams within the Bundesliga and try and get the best players to come there. You saw that when Mario Götze was at Dortmund, even with Lewandowski too, when they managed to get him on a free transfer from Dortmund.
Yeah.
So that's how one way they build their squad. But by simultaneously building their squad with these players, they're also weakening these other teams who also now have to go and constantly recruit and get different players. You see it with Frankfurt. They've had the time where they had a really good front line with Jovic, Modest, and Sebastian Haller. And then they had to progress that, and that's when they got Mamouche came in for that. And now that they've lost Mamouche, they've had rather than having a team that you can build towards and try and win championships every 2-3 seasons, as soon as a player starts performing well, he's then shifted on, and that makes it much more difficult for these other teams. And obviously they need the money. And if you look at the fees that the teams in the Bundesliga were charging the Premier League for players this summer, they are very interested in doing business. Someone like Voltemada, for him to go for about 80 million in this market, and I think they realized that Bayern were never going to pay that fee. I think Udi Hoeneß came and said that they were waiting to try and get the fee down because they thought that was a ridiculous fee for the player. But Newcastle came, they held the fee, they realized they were getting about 150 million for about 130 million for Isak, and decided that it was worth the investment. And that means that this is also now going to become a ready market for them, where they go out and they find these young talents and they train them. And once they're at a certain level, they can now sell them on to the Premier League teams who have all the money for a much larger fee, and then they can use that same money to, almost in a Brighton model but in a different country, to rework their team and to build and have all these young players. But like we point out sometimes, the problem with our system is sometimes with the young players, it's not every day that the fruit that falls is always good. Does that make sense? Like not every time that you can get the best selection, and sometimes you can hit a sticky point where you're not necessarily having the best talent, but because of your system, it means that you have to keep trying to make it work. I think Dortmund, since maybe Adeyemi, I don't think they've had that next, if you know what I mean, that next prospect. They had that with Bellingham before. They've had that with different players, but I think they haven't been able to match that success. They worked really well with Sancho, but but even he has his movement, hasn't been able to work for them, and it's just, that's what I'm saying. If your recruitment isn't consistent, it affects you and it affects the balance of the league. But just on Bayern, it means they've been able to keep their focus, because there are lots of these games where they could have just decided not to to give as much effort into it, but they still look like, even when they are down in games, even when they are down against teams, they still come out to win, and that's credit to the team and to Vincent Kompany.
Okay. Well, so that's it on Bayern Munich.
I think Javi Simons looks injured. He looks very sad again on the field.
They lost Solanke already to an injury as well.
Yeah, I think he hyperextended.
Oh boy.
He didn't land well.
Oh.
I think when he was how he tried to adjust his knee and he fell. I don't think he'll be able to carry on, given how much pain he's in. And for Spurs, that would be worrying. Because Kulusevski hasn't been able to. It's been confirmed that he won't play again this season. He won't play this season. Madison is already injured. If they had to lose Javi Simons, it looks like Bergwall is getting ready to come on. If they were to lose Javi Simons, there's not it's a very bland attack. If they don't have any attacking players who's contributing to their goals. I think if Solanke is out, he was the only other player who seemed to be scoring.
Yeah.
Richarlison is very patchy. He hasn't been able to get
and
consistent.
To think about the way his season did not start too well.
Yeah, he went about the first 17 with Javi Simons. He went over the first 17 games without scoring or assisting a goal. He took him a while to even get settled in English. In English football.
Things really falling apart for Spurs.
And
look at the Spurs fans. Look at Zerbi's face.
The Zerbi's in shock.
Bro, I'm sure he'll be asking himself, why did I even take this job?
Signed a 5-year contract, and I'm just wondering, if he gets relegated, does he go with them to the championship, or do they try and terminate them?
I think that I honestly believe there's a get.
And where is he going to?
I honestly believe there's a get out clause somewhere
In there.
Well, I'd be surprised if he was taking the job and he didn't
include something like that.
I mean, and he didn't think he could get Spurs out of the trouble. Because how do you go into there and say, oh, if we are relegated, when your whole job is to get us out of relegation? You can't now come and say, in case we get relegated.
But it's the same clause that's inserted in the players' contracts that, if you get relegated, your salary gets reduced to this level. But if we end up staying, you maintain it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's pretty much the same.
I think
thing.
the salary will definitely have to go down because they won't have the same money. But I don't know whether
there's some kind of a clause in there. Clause there will be definitely included in that contract, because I never ever believed that De Zerbi was coming to coach Spurs this season. I thought, he will do it maybe next season or this off season. Once the season is over and their place is cemented in the Premier League, then he will come and take over from Igor Tudor. I didn't see Igor Tudor getting the sack. So I would be very, very surprised if there's no semblance of a get out clause in that contract for De Zerbi.
Well, it's not really looking good for Spurs as we speak. Goalless in there, they are losing Xavi Simons. West Ham have also taken the lead, and that means that Spurs will remain in the relegation zone.
4 points, and I think 4 points is a lot. That's more than one game. You need a team to slip up twice now for you to get
be
a
able
chance.
to climb.
And that's without be left with 4 games. You need that to happen twice in 4 games. That, especially when again you are a team that hasn't won the whole year. If we have to keep mentioning that they haven't won a Premier League game yet into April, we're nearly in May. I don't think there's any magic form that comes and all of a sudden it just clicks and everything starts working well for you. If it hasn't, so
oh boy, it looks like
I think this
Spurs
is just the reality of what it is right now.
We'll be playing a championship next season. Interesting. 053996 996. We take some messages on our WhatsApp console, and also Timotino from Asutrai says, guys, I beg, what's going on between CAF, Morocco, and Ivory Coast? The cap issue, have you guys heard anything about it? Oh, but the matter is at the Court of Arbitration for Sports. So we're waiting for that verdict. Nothing yet so far on that. Raymond Decoder inside Tema Community 4 says, good afternoon. West Ham has just scored. Can Spurs survive? Nope. So as it stands, like what you said, 4 points separating West Ham and Spurs. Yeah, they need 2 slip-ups from 2 games. It looks very difficult. As we speak to, they are losing Xavi Simons to an injury. Roberto De Zerbi is looking like a man lost on the touchline. I'm sure he's asking himself a lot of questions.
I wonder how Ange feels about Tekla.
Postecoglou.
Yeah, Postecoglou.
Oh.
He's probably just looking at this thinking,
Yeah, I'm sure
he thought I was the problem.
He's just sitting somewhere enjoying the game. Last season left you with 1 Europa League trophy and 17th place finish.
Yeah, I mean the 17th place finish is the thing that makes it look like it's consistency. For 2 seasons in a row, for you to be 17th, 18th, it doesn't mean that it's a fluke. There's no way over 60 plus games put together.
Yeah, then you end up blaming Postecoglou for leaving you 17th again.
Yeah, the only person who actually won a trophy, the only person who actually tried to change the mindset of the club, and they've made very strange decisions, even from the sacking of Daniel Levy. Because if you're going to sack Daniel Levy, why do you let him organize your whole transfer window and then you sack him when the window ends? That's just the whole club has been run on very bad decisions. And it looks like they have the stretcher for Xavi Simons, so he's definitely not going to be able
the
to.
stretcher coming in means that it's a very, very serious injury he's picked
he
up.
can't walk off anything.
Oh no, I think he'd. That should be a very serious injury.
I mean, I don't really feel pity for a lot of football players. Like this is your job. These are the consequences. But it's hard not to feel for him, because it looks like a very, very desperate situation. Especially when he seems to be like one of the people who was trying to put it on himself to try and drag Spurs out of it. And you don't have a lot of people like that fighting, and a lot of people that just look very resigned to the fact that this is what happens at Spurs. But he was actually like still in shock, because he's now getting to know what it means to be at Spurs, and to lose someone like him, that alone could deflate the whole team before. And this is definitely not a moment where they need to be deflated. They need to start with trying to change the momentum in their favor. And surprisingly, it looks like the relegated team, Wolves, are the ones who have the upper hand right now.
Yeah, Okay. Alright, 97.3. This is the Republic of Football. Feel free to join the conversation. We're live on Channel 1 TV. Not the best of news for Spurs' Xavi Simons. He's picked up a very, very serious injury. Looking like he'll miss the World Cup. Looking like a very, very bizarre season for Xavi Simons. But I still go less between the two sides. Spurs are struggling to break down this Wolves side, who are already relegated. They're even going to lose again. Oh boy, Charlie, it's really not the best of see. Like you can't really see any positives from what Spurs are doing on the pitch.
Like I can say, you can tell they're panicked. You can tell mentally it's affecting them, and they just need to calm down a bit. And because these but they are far better than the other team. Like individually, the quality within Spurs is far better than Wolves. But if you look at the team playing as a unit, you wouldn't be able to tell.
Well, 66 minutes played also at Anfield. That's Liverpool 2, Crystal Palace 0. Was Kevin Danzo right? Took the ball back to Kinski. Looking very chaotic and all of that. Yeah. But let's see.
I mean, if they lose today, I think that's their relegation confirmed. I don't think they can lose it. I mean, not winning is bad enough, but if they manage to lose, that would be that would be incredible.
Yeah. Well, 05 3996996. Hot Bath from Airport says, Man City all the way. Set Piece FC should wait for next season, and I don't know whether Olise is a robot or what. What a goal. Okay, so he's talking about Olise's goal against Mainz. As Bayern 4, FC Mainz 3 in that game. The home team took a 3-goal lead, but have allowed FC Mainz into their I've allowed Bayern Munich to get all the 4 goals against FC Mainz. When you look at the EPL table, so Wolves are bottom 18 points, but are currently playing a goalless draw with Spurs. Burnley 20 points, also relegated. Spurs are 18th, 32 points, currently playing a goalless draw with Wolves. And then West Ham United are beating Everton by 1-0. So 36 for West Ham United in that. It's a big point for West Ham, and I'm sure they'll be hoping that they can get some more goals to add to that. Okay, 053996 996 053996 996. That's the WhatsApp text line. If you're watching us on YouTube, also you can also leave your thoughts there. Sweet Kwame says Son and Harry Kane saw this coming. That's why they left Spurs. He's also asking if South Africa is hosting the Women's AFCON. Well, I think the update is that Morocco is still hosting it. Not seeing anything from CAF saying that South Africa would win. Says this will be my first time seeing Tottenham go to relegation. Okay, so Wolves, Everton, Sunderland want Spurs to go on relegation. Interesting. That's from Sweet Kwame. Cosmos Tete says, as for the league, we all know Arsenal have already bottled it. They are not good enough. Osman Yusuf says, I go for Bayern Munich win over 1.5. And then the odds is 1.88. I think it was. So he's messed up, right? Because the goals that he scored, it's...
Yeah, but 1.5, I mean, it's played. But I think the odds is up a bit low, which shows that it's not that unexpected for Bayern to win with a massive goal difference.
Okay, so that game has ended. Bayern Munich 4, FC Mainz 3. So Bayern winning, coming back from a 3-goal, losing to Mainz.
I think Bayern have still only lost one league game this season.
Yeah,
and I think they'll be quite disappointed if they could have done what maybe what Leverkusen did and won the title unbeaten. That could have been definitely a record that maybe company should be.
Yeah, so Bayern are top on the table, 82-point champions. Dortmund are second, 64. RB Leipzig third, 62. Stuttgart are fourth on the table, 56, and then Bayer Leverkusen 55 in that game. Okay, so the poll for the first one we had, we're asking who emerged victorious in the title race between Arsenal and City.
A really good save for Woodman
Is he injured?
The Liverpool game. Yeah, I think he injured himself, but that was he came out really well to make a good save. The ball was played through, and I think it fell to Sarr. I can't tell if he was offside. They haven't shown the replay yet, but yeah, he came out and it looks like he injured himself. I don't know if that's a lack of match fitness, because there was no contact on him. And Arne Slot is throwing his hands in. I don't think he has another goalkeeper.
He's about to lose all his goalkeepers. Would end up having a player then being the pool then.
Yeah, so Pino played a really good ball, and I think it ended up falling to how to call it.
Ismail Assar.
Yeah.
Oh. What?
That's why he just came out. He made the save, and then it looked like he was injured afterwards. Crystal Palace too are also claiming they put the ball in the back of the net. So
the strike from Ismail Assar probably hit somewhere that he did not. But he's still holding his knee.
That's making the point. Like, I think he's injured, and Crystal Palace still went ahead to score the goal.
Yeah, but that's legal. That's legal.
It's unethical, but it's legal.
Yeah, but it's legal.
It's unethical. I mean, you see the goalkeeper is down injured. I don't think he's feigning.
But why did the Liverpool defenders or the Liverpool players not close down the space and prevent the cross from coming in?
No, but then he said
it's the same reason why you don't a player can be taken off the field, but you don't continue to play when the goalkeeper is injured.
You take the injury out. When Sarr hit the ball and it took so he hit the goalkeeper and came back. That was more like a rebound. If he didn't get injured, the goal still stands.
No, he would have been on the line.
They had a chance to close down the space.
No, he would have been on the line.
The guy who swung in the cross. And they didn't. They backed up. They were just...
There wasn't a cross. He could see that the goalkeeper was off his line, so he just chipped the ball.
The chip. You could have closed down the space on him. But they were just standing off him and raising their hands, expecting that the referee to blow his whistle.
I mean, there was nothing. How you play on someone's goalkeeper?
From what Kwachi is also doing is to do here. That's what Anne Slot is doing.
No, I'm just making the point that that's the reason why you don't play.
It wasn't a head injury. A head injury.
No, but it's a goalkeeper.
It's when the referee has to immediately stop the game.
But this is the goalkeeper.
No, but this is a goalkeeper. But this is not a goalkeeper in a set piece situation where he has all the advantage. This is open play.
I know, I understand that, but I'm just making the point too. That's the reason why whenever the coaches have been using goalkeepers purposely for time wasting. The same thing Kepa was trying to do in the Carabao Cup final. Because if it's a goalkeeper, play should be stopped. Because we can't continue 10 against 11 if I don't have a goalkeeper.
Yeah, but this one is in open play.
Mm-hmm. And that's what I'm saying, that the referee is not the one supposed to stop it. But I don't think Palace should be scoring if you clearly see that the goalkeeper is down injured.
Bro, as long as you are doing something that is lawful, forget ethics. I mean, seriously.
And Kwasi?
I mean, we are in this business, and we know the people. Some of the people who do unethical things just to gather news and all, but they still do it.
So they are introducing another academy goalkeeper.
As long as it's lawful, people will do it.
Fair, I don't think he's coming on.
Some will be ethical.
If I'm going to play devil's advocate, he's not actually injured. He's pretending to be injured. I think Woodman.
No, but how would you do that?
No, he was pretending to be injured. I don't know that he wasn't necessarily injured, but then he wasn't injured.
He was injured, but he wasn't injured. It's not an injury that will get you to force a substitution.
He wasn't injured to the point where he couldn't continue, but he was not maybe to exaggerate, but to prove to the referee that he was
con the referee to con the referee and get some sympathy from the referee.
To prove to the referee that
didn't work out. So it's Liverpool.
Yeah, the law is the law.
Liverpool to Crystal Palace.
I don't think that if you see another team's goalkeeper on the floor, you should be trying to lob him and score. I just don't think that's how.
I mean, and on top of that, there wasn't enough time between, or a lot of time didn't elapse between the time he made the save and the time the dink came in. Mm-hmm. If let's say he had made a save and the ball had been parried over all the way to, let's say, the corner flag area, that's a lot of time to be able to get the ball back into the box and maybe potentially a goal is scored.
Yeah.
This one, a shot was played or attempted and he made the save. And the rebound went directly to the Crystal Palace player. Mm-hmm. And he just dinged it.
Who could see that the goalkeeper was off his line injured and decided to take a shot?
If I'm a player and we are in the midst of a live game. We are in the midst of a live game. A goalkeeper has made a save and parried the ball directly to me. Naturally, instinctually, my first move is to get the ball back into the net or into the box. And he realized that the goalkeeper was slow getting up, and it's not a head injury. The referee hasn't whistled. Why shouldn't I take the opportunity? Yeah. So for me, I think it's all fair game.
Okay. I think they should put the ball out of play, but it doesn't really change anything. But
it's Liverpool 2, Crystal Palace 1. 75 minutes played at Anfield. And then elsewhere is Wolves are still holding Spurs to a goalless draw. Everton are losing to West Ham United in that game, which is happening. So as it stands, Spurs still in the relegation zone.
Yeah, just as an point, it's not even since it wasn't on the referee, it was on the opposing team. Because you've seen instances where a team is carrying on play and they realize that a player is injured and they purposely put out the play for the opposing team. You've seen that happen multiple times.
But we see players also feign injury, feign headbutts and all, just to get other players sent off. Mm-hmm. Anything you can do to get the advantage, do it. Yeah. It's a ruthless business. But at the end of the day, once it's not unlawful and it's within the rules, or within the parameters of the rules,
it still makes sense.
Yeah, you still take it because at the end of the day, you are trying to win.
Yeah, and it creates a nervous ending for Liverpool, and this is the type of thing they are trying to avoid. This is the type of performance that sets the ground for a late comeback or a late equalizer or a late winner. You have clear dominance in the game. You don't take your advantage of that, and then some way somehow through some lapse in concentration or something of the sort, they concede and then they make the ending of the game much more difficult for themselves. And this is another clear example of that in the game against Palace.
Okay. We'll have our second poll up pretty soon. That has to do with Burnley and Wolves, who are already relegated. So you're asking West Ham and Spurs, who will join Burnley and Wolves to play in the Championship next season. So you can also go there and vote and also leave your thoughts with us on that poll. 0539986996 053996 So the poll is out for you. With Burnley and Wolves already relegated, who joins them in the Championships? Your pick, Spurs or West Ham United? Kwachi thinks that the Spurs now would go.
At least West Ham have won this year.
Yeah. So 4 points now separating them. They and Spurs. So West Ham to stay, eh?
Yeah, I mean not by just by.
let me see the West Ham's next fixtures.
Well, I think West Ham have
coming up
a few some tough games, but
and then we'll see Spurs' own too as well.
Yeah.
So West Ham will take on. They are playing Everton now. That's their home game. They have Brentford to go, and then they take on Arsenal, Newcastle United, and then Leeds United. How many points do you think they'll get from the 4 games left?
Well, I think Newcastle and Leeds.
Brentford is a difficult grounds to go. Arsenal.
Yeah, I think they probably draw
title
Brentford,
chasing Arsenal.
lose to Arsenal, And then
Newcastle.
they should be looking at Newcastle and Leeds and thinking that these are two teams.
6 points from
yeah,
there.
we should be winning there because Newcastle haven't
So 6
been a
points
good run.
from possible 12.
Yeah, and Leeds have already like guaranteed their safety. They don't have as much to play for. They can't qualify into Europe, and they're in no danger of relegation. So getting to the end of the season, I think just by the fact that they still have more to play for, they should be able to use that to their advantage and take the game to Leeds and then try and get results after that.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's not a lot of points, but yeah, they need all the points they can get right now.
Okay. So Kwashi back in. West Ham to say yeah. West Ham Spurs.
At this point, I think I'll go with Spurs. Legit, definitely going down because if you can't beat Wolves,
Can't be Wolves.
if you can't beat Wolves,
And relegation
and
zone,
West
you
Ham
need to
are-
win a match. You haven't won.
and West
You
Ham
need to
are
beat
doing
Wolves.
their bits. They are holding their own, winning a game here, drawing a game there, and you are losing. You are losing players. The mood of the entire team is off. Like no, Spurs are going down. No, I never thought it would
looks
happen.
painful to see. Though.
Yeah, I never thought I'll see it in my lifetime, but nah, yeah, it's happening.
I mean, you've been one of the 3 worst teams in the Premier League, Spurs. I mean, that, like, there's certain standards that shouldn't be allowed to happen at a club, and they've let this happen over an extended period. And I think this season is finally catching up with them. And again, we have to go back
What
to
was
the
the whole
injury
point
point.
in sacking Igor Tudor?
What's the point in
That
appointing
he wasn't
him?
winning games.
Okay, what was the point? Yeah,
Relegation
yeah,
specialist.
what's the point in sacking Thomas Frank and appointing Igor Tudor?
That-
Yeah,
I mean, Frank wasn't doing well himself. He had a problem with the home form, and then the fans themselves were getting frustrated. But Igor Tudor himself was so left
You
field.
think Frank stayed? He would have done better.
Oh, he
but he would have done
Oh,
better.
he would have done
And
better.
even Igor Tudor would have done better because
Yeah,
they finally managed to get a win under him.
Against
Because you don't say the players
Atletico
lack
Madrid.
discipline.
And then the following game they lose, and the next thing you know, they sack him.
I mean, yeah, but it's his first
He
job
says
in
the
England.
players were difficult to coach.
Yeah, but it's his first job in England, and he doesn't have the pedigree that's going to make them sit down and listen to him like immediately, like like what he had with Conte and what he had with Mourinho after him. So
You think the language barrier thing too was they helped?
not
Igor
necessarily.
Tudor speaks English.
He speaks English.
But
He speaks
I mean,
English. I
sometimes
mean-
I found some of the things he said.
I mean, yeah, that's actually a very good point because sometimes, even though you understand the language, the ability to express yourself in
Yeah.
that language can be limited.
Yeah.
So it
Yeah,
means
you get the
that
point. I'm
Yeah, I
saying.
get it.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
I
it
mean,
means
we listen
You-
to
It's
you
just
would
like
sound
when
more
you listen
straight.
to Maresca speak, when you listen to Maresca speak, and
Sounds
listen to
very
Leon
straight.
Rosinia speak, you fall in love with what Leon Rosinia is
Oh, I
saying.
mean, that one. I mean, and on top of that, you look at, for instance, even in the Ghana Premier League, Ediana
So
Stars.
it's about how you convey it.
Ediana Stars head coach.
Yeah,
Choba
Choba
Ristika. He's speaking English, but like, he's just throwing the language all over the
Yeah,
place, the
so-
words all over the place, and you ask yourself, okay, I've listened to this guy for like 2-3
Nikwa
minutes,
Kranizing.
but thank you, Nikwa Kranizing, what is he saying?
Pep too is like that sometimes. Like nothing he's saying is
No,
coherent.
me, Pep,
but
I think he sometimes he misbehaves with those.
He intentionally does
He
it.
does it.
He
Yeah,
does
no.
it. If he wants to communicate, he will
No, no, no.
communicate clearly.
Pep, he sometimes misbehaves. Like I remember one. They asked him about. So when Leon Rosinia lost his job, and then they asked him,
yeah,
his thoughts.
he's so lucky.
he's he said that he's so lucky that they've not sacked him. Bro, you are winning your games. You're doing like you're winning. You're doing your job.
like you are.
Just said that the guy was not winning his games and the football, like he always says, the business is ruthless. If you're not winning, don't show you the exit. And I'm saying
I was looking at that. He's overseen 7 Chelsea managers, all the way from Conte to, because when he came, that's when Conte came and won the league. That was his first season. So he's seen all the managers from Conte to Sarri to,
Oh, Spurs have scored.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, hooray!
Paulinho.
Paulinho.
Finally, Spurs do have a goal against Wolves.
Now it's time to
Paulinho, look at the fans.
Now
I mean,
it's time
but
to
then-
hold on to that goal. Or
I mean,
that
but then- but
because we saw it last week.
Yeah.
They went up 2-1, and the final minutes they ended up.
Deserve is
conceding a
drinking
goal.
a.
Palace almost scored again too. I think.
Yeah. So Spurs do have a goal against Wolves. 82 minutes played at the Molineux. Paulinho giving Spurs the lead.
there's
They've
no
been
VR
waiting
check.
for that. A corner kick, a very scrappy play in there. Richarlison played it first. I think Paulinho had the last touch to it. But Paulinho's position though.
That's what I'm saying. He looks marginal. I mean, he's probably on. I think how do you call it?
Andre, I think
Oh.
Andre.
Is that
played
Doherty? or
Yeah.
that's-
Someone played him
Okay.
on side. I think the goal was stunned. the goal stand. So
I think
Spurs
I-
won.
Yeah, Doherty.
I think Doherty
Doherty,
has
number
a
2.
played in
Doherty.
Spurs won. Wolves 82 minutes played. They really need that goal to salvage the current situation.
Very unexpected source too from Paulinho.
Yeah,
Not-
the goal.
And he almost injured
Yeah.
himself. Like, what is that?
I mean, the annoying thing about the goal too is they are back to just where they were before the start because
Ah,
West Ham are winning their game. So, and that's what I mean.
I
They've
hope
run,
they know
they've
that
run, they've
West
run
Ham
out
are
of teams to catch. When there were multiple teams that they could have dragged
Yeah.
in, they didn't win their games, and now they have to hope that they can better West Ham results. And at the moment, they are just matching West Ham results.
Okay, so 83 minutes played. West Ham 0. Sorry, Wolves 0. Spurs 1. See the fans taking their shirts off and all of that. Charlie, they've been waiting for this goal for a very long time. Like y'all said, just hoping that they can hold on to the lead because we've been here before. We've seen it before. The
Yeah.
Wolves themselves are not looking too good in the second half.
Yeah, I mean, again, we have to go back to the Spurs injury problem. So now that means they've lost Kudus, Solanke,
Mhm.
Xavi Simmons.
Mhm.
I mean, almost everyone who's played in the front line this season has been out at some point for an injury. I think even Tell has been injured and he's had to
Recover.
recover. So they're running out of experience, especially when last season they sold their their top goal scorers in Son and Brennan Johnson. They sold Johnson, I think it was in January to Crystal Palace. So they sold most of their goals away. The players that are supposed to replace those goals haven't necessarily been able to score. Kolomani hasn't. I don't think he's staying. I don't even think there was an option for him for the move to become permanent. But even if there was, I don't think Spurs would have opened it because he hasn't. Ever since PSG signed him, he looks to see. I think if you see what's happening in Morata, yeah, but he's like that, but with loans. Ever since he signed for PSG, he just keeps going out on different loans to different clubs, trying to reimagine the form that he once had. I think that when he was at Frankfurt, again, one of the Frankfurt products. But I don't think he's been able to find that so far in English football, and especially with Spurs. And it means that they are struggling a lot for goals. At the top of the pitch, and it's reflecting in the results that they are getting.
Okay. All right, so that Liverpool are still holding on to their 2-1 lead against Crystal Palace. Also in Spain, Barca have taken a lead against Getafe, and Fermin Lopez were the goal for Barcelona. So Barca 1, Getafe 0539996. Everton have equalized. The London Stadium is West Ham 1, Everton 1. This result, Spurs will like it.
Yeah. That's why the fans are celebrating.
Yeah. So
I mean, they go level. They'd be level on points.
exactly,
With West Ham.
Charlie.
It's a straight shootout. Just don't be last. It's a race. You're running. Just don't be the one who's last.
So it's Everton 1, West Ham United also 1, and then Wolves are losing to Spurs. A result Spurs will like. Let me read one message that had one of the listeners talking about Spurs' medical team. So Nathan from Kaswa says, Charlie, Spurs are looking for a second goal. Nathan from Kaswa says, good afternoon, guys. The Tottenham medical team, are they still opposed? Yes, they are, I think. I'm sure Big Ange will be having a good laugh by now. City are still not 100% convincing because they look like a team that can drop points. But then again, it's Pep, and he knows how to sign his players up to get the ultimate. We will all know us don't lack that mentality to achieve the ultimate. Danilo says, may the good Lord bless Fulham and forever remain in the league. Same thing happened to De Gea in the Man U Arsenal game. So the relegation table, West Ham United are now in the red zone.
What difference?
Spurs have climbed up a bit. The goal difference, West Ham do have negative 17. Spurs Spurs have negative 10. Actually, the two clubs are
The two London clubs.
bro. This season they've really given us some real episodes too.
And like these are established clubs, so like
Yeah.
even Wolves, like Wolves, West Ham, Spurs, these are established Premier League clubs. So for them to just come have their get caught with the eye of the ball entirely this season, it's shocking because you would have expected some of the new teams that are coming in like Leeds and Sunderland rather to struggle,
Mm-hmm.
but they look like they've adapted really well, and these teams just got very complacent and Now they have to now fight for their place in the league.
I think Spurs will need a second goal to help with the goals that they've scored, because I'm looking at it. Spurs do have 43. West Ham have 41. If they get a second goal, at least it helps. They are bringing in Dragusin.
Yeah, they come to defend their goal. I mean, I think that's a good tactic too for a team that has been throwing away a lot of results. If you try and just show up the one, I mean, Wolves have looked good, but they also lack a proper focal threat. When they took the money for Strand Larsen, I don't think they ever properly replaced him, and I think it means that they've also looked like they haven't had a number 9. I think the Ghent guy, the Ghent Nigeria boy, I think I don't remember how to pronounce the name, Okorodure, I think.
Okay,
But they have a guy, but he hasn't been able to score. And like I said, at this level, the team that you need, the thing that you need the most down there is goals. You see that with Leeds. Even though he hasn't scored recently, Calvin Lewin's goals were very helpful at a point in time. So, Burnley have been reliant on Amanda Broya. West Ham, until Castellanos came in, they actually didn't have a proper striker. They were using Bowen. They also and they tried to get Wilson on a free. Yeah, but they didn't have necessarily someone who was an out-and-out goal scorer. And I think also losing Paqueta in the season, who was also one of the people who was creating a lot for them. So even when they were having slow games, Paqueta was someone who could create magic out of nothing. And they lost that. And I think the established Premier League teams, what they are suffering from is a failure to replace like some of the quality they lost. And with West Ham, it's Paqueta and also maybe even Kudus going back to, to the summer window. Because they just sat on the Kudus money and they weren't able to get players who could come in and replace what he was doing for them, even though he didn't have a good season at the end of last season. But I still think that they should have tried to find someone who was at that level.
Okay. Barcelona 2, Getafe 0. That's the update from Spain. So Barca starting on a very good note in the Spanish La Liga. Marcus Rashford with a goal for Barcelona. West Ham 2, Everton 1. West Ham 2, Everton 1. I like what I'm seeing. The Spurs fans, are they still jubilating? Or they've stopped? I'm sure they've seen the updates.
Yeah, look at them now. They look far less
this is getting
jubilant
interesting.
now.
Is it just, I told you about that Spurs will need to get a second goal. Yeah, because now West Ham do have 42 goals scored. Spurs have 43. West Ham have considered 58. Spurs have considered 53. So at this point, the two clubs should just go relegation, because what they are doing, it's so he's taking Conor Gallagher off and bringing on Dragusin to come defend the lead. It will be Spurs' first win in 2026.
Yes, their first Premier League win. They've had 3 wins in the Champions League, 2 in the group phase and 1 against Atletico Madrid.
So in the Prem, they'll have that will be their first win in 2026. We are in April 25. You are now winning your first game. Are you a serious club at all?
I mean, and it's against the team that's bottom of the table, so there's almost no credit that even goes with it.
No, Crystal Palace are also looking to get. Oh boy. Yeah,
Keke's almost slipped up there, but I mean, Spurs need to hold on. Wolves have literally nothing to play for. If you go and lose the game to them now, I think then they've just thrown their season away.
Well, let's see if Spurs can get a second goal in there.
What's Matthias still doing?
That guy is not even fit.
I mean, he came out
go back to the injury table where he list again.
He came out speaking that he didn't like the way he was used under Thomas Frank, that they didn't have a very good relationship, and he didn't like the way he was used within the system. I think Frank tries to use him as a winger. I think he thinks he can lead the line. I think he can play as a number 9.
But what's his favorite position? Because sometimes I see him being played as a 10.
I think he'll be best served playing off a big striker.
Yeah.
So two up top. And you ask yourself, how many top teams in this world today play with 2 up top?
And he's nowhere near the quality of someone like Antoine Griezmann.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, exactly. You have to line up as an inside forward.
Yeah.
So a guy who is an inside forward but lines up on the wings, like an Antoine Semenyo. Yeah, you line up on the wing and stretch the defense as and when needed. But for the most part, you always be consistently drifting centrally towards goal, and then you have your fullback occupy that wing position. And luckily for him, both Spurs wingers, fullbacks, they love to attack. On the right side is Pedro Porro, on the left side is Destiny Udogie or Des Spence. So if he's still not cutting it, then it's on him. For him, or in his case, I wouldn't criticize any of the managers, any of the coaches.
You think it's on the player?
It's on the player, because you were at Bayern Munich, you couldn't cut it. You were in the French league, you moved over to Bayern Munich, you couldn't cut it. You moved over, you played out on loan, you moved over to Tottenham Hotspur. You are still not being able to cut it. I think this is the second season at Spurs.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, this is the second season at Spurs.
He came on a Postecoglou.
Yeah, and you are still not being able to cut it. Then it's on you. I'm sorry. It's on him. It's not on the coaches or their setup or system. It's just on the Spurs. He had the opportunity to run at the defenders. Because that's a very good goal.
Florian Wirtz.
That's a very, very good
goal. It's a third goal for Liverpool's Florian Wirtz.
Yeah, that seals it. Yeah, Liverpool win. That was a very good goal. The striking technique.
Another thing, I think technically he's one of the most gifted players in the league. He just hasn't been able to produce consistently. But I think watching him play, he's been a joy to watch.
But I think in the last couple of games, he's shown some good signs.
Well, he's been good. I think since the game against Wolves somewhere in mid-December, where he started going form. I think primarily in 2026, but I think the form started.
Carried the form to international break. Scored a very good goal for Germany.
Against, was it Switzerland?
Yeah.
I think he
off the corner, that pass, then bent. Yeah, brilliant goal. Brilliant.
So Liverpool 3, Crystal Palace 195 minutes played. They are doing extra time, and looks like Liverpool will go fourth on the table. Elsewhere at the Molineux is Wolves 0, Spurs 1, 94 minutes played, 3 minutes to end. And then at the London Stadium is West Ham United 2, Everton 0. West Ham out of the red zone. They entered slightly, briefly, just had a taste and they jumped back out of there. In there, actually, they say they can't blow your trumpets because VSCO no, is that they do it. Boys, they monitor you.
I mean, I don't know. It was just, I think that was a really good goal. There's no bias. I'm just stating that I had it got it from an optics point of view. It was a very good goal.
Yeah.
And I think it's just shown that, like you said, how a bit like Simmons, some of the Bundesliga players, when they come in here, sometimes it takes them a while to adjust to the league, and for him, so it took him a minute, but now that he's got more games, now that he's got more consistency, it looks like he's actually looking more like the player that Liverpool were trying to sign. And just a point on Liverpool, just for a team that lost 6 out of 7 games in the Premier League, 9 out of 12 in all competitions, to go on a run like that and still have the chance of finishing fourth, I think he should tell you about the type of season that we've had. Even United at the start of the season and Amorim, they haven't been good at all, but they've been able to put together a good run of form under Carrick. And all of a sudden, they look really much better. And it's just about the time in the season that you have these runs. Like all the praise that's going to Brighton right now is just because they picked up the form at the right time of the season. Brentford were the ones who were getting all the praise at the start of the season when they were able to figure it out. But just because they haven't been able to continue to now, it looks like they've almost struggled, they've plateaued. But I think it's just about the moments in which they're able to pick their form. And certain teams have been able to pick at the right time, and it means that because no team in themselves have been consistent throughout the season, it means that they've been able to take advantage of that and be the best of the rest. Okay. Does that make sense?
All right. Just a quick update from the Championship. I mean, we know that Coventry are back in the PL for the first time since 2001. So Coventry would be in the Ipswich today, played a goalless draw, but they are second. They have 80 points. I think they will not play the playoffs.
Yeah.
Millwall also played out a goalless draw with Leicester City, who will be playing in the League One next season. So Millwall do have 80 points, but goal difference separating Ipswich and Millwall. So the playoffs will be between, I think, Wrexham, Southampton, Middlesbrough, and Millwall. To get the third team to join Ipswich and Coventry as the 3 teams that will be replacing Wolves, Burnley, and then between Spurs and West Ham United.
Yeah, and it's strange because at the start of the season, I think Leicester started much better than the rest of the other teams. But then Ipswich, they also had the same problem. If you last season when Luton went down, they stuck with Rob Edwards, and then they reached a point where they realized that they had to sack him, and it wasn't too late. They ended up being relegated also back down to League One. Ipswich decided to stick with Kieran McKenna, and it's worked out for them. They've been able to regain the form that helped them get to the Premier League in the first place, and it looks like they can seal their automatic qualification too. And same thing for Southampton, because they started the season quite poorly, and they got Will Still, one of those English guys from Reims. And but he's
taking them to the FA Cup semi-finals. So hoping.
I don't think they. I mean, he had to. I don't think he won for about a month, and then he had to get sacked. And they brought in a new coach who's been able to almost change incredibly how they have been able to play. And you could see that in the game against Arsenal. They look like they're ready to play more attacking. They look more similar to the team that was playing under Russell. Yeah. Russell initially. But the problem with that too is when they came to the league, they looked like they were exposed again. It looked like they were trying to be too attack minded, and that's that when you come to the Premier League, obviously when you play in the Championship with that style of football, it looks really good. And like you said, they worked against Arsenal. But against Arsenal, they had a lot of opportunities in that game. It wasn't one of those where they had 2 shots on target and they scored 2 goals and they ran away with it. They actually played Arsenal. They actually went toward Arsenal for a bit. And obviously, when they get into the Premier League, if they're able to invest in a squad, it'll be interesting to see if they will be able to, to keep up that level of football if they come back.
All right, so there's a breaking news. Spurs have their first win in 2026. They have beaten Wolves and maintain their place behind West Ham, 2 points behind, having matched the Hammers result against Everton, because the Hammers are also they picked up 3 points against Everton. So the big news is that Spurs do have their first win in 2026, and the man to guide them to do that in the Premier League is Roberto De Zerbi. He's given Spurs his first win in 2026. But whose faces are these?
So I think that's Vinay.
The Spurs.
Yeah, the former sport director who came from Arsenal, and Johan Lange, I think.
I see.
Who's also at Spurs. I think they are the ones who have been put under a lot of pressure. Like I keep saying, the decisions that they made have been very strange. From sacking Postecoglou to Daniel Levy to hiring Igor Tudor. There's been a lot. They've had a lot of opportunities to make the right decision, and somehow they kept making bad decisions.
All right, so Roberto De Zerbi, I'm very excited to get Spurs' first win in 2026. At 4:30, there is Arsenal taking on Newcastle United, and then at 4:15, there is the FA Cup between the Saints and the Citizens in the FA Cup semi-final. Let's take a very quick break. When we come back, I think we'll try and get some reactions from Spurs' win over Wolves. This is the Republic of Football 97.3. Gab your fair here with Yahweh Jeminta and Manuel Angelo Kwanchi. We are back after this. Okay, here we are with Jaminta and Manuel Angelo Kwache. Let's get some reactions from Spurs' game. They beat Wolves by 1-0 thanks to João Palhinha. He's speaking after his side's 1-0 win over Wolves.
In this season, but the reality is we have 4 finals into the final of the league, and we need to do our job, and hopefully this win can change what happened on the past, give us a bit more motivation as well, because it's been a long time without victories, and especially in some of the games that we should take in some more points, much more. I think happened a lot, but sometimes it's the details, but what we can control right now is making our job until the end of the season and try to keep the club where he belongs, which is the Premier League, and is much more than that. And yeah, we all want to give something, and we will give everything that we have until the end of the season, because it means a lot for us keep with the Premier League.
Alright, so that's Spurs' match winner, João Palhinha, scoring the goal for Spurs. Spurs won by 1-0 against Wolves. Very crucial, big points, big 3 points for Spurs. Their first win in 2026 in the Premier League under Roberto De Zerbi. West Ham also beat Everton by 2-1. At 4:30, there is Arsenal up against Newcastle United. That's a big game for the Gunners. We'll be here to run you through all the updates till 6:30. That's when the Arsenal game will end. And then, City would also be taking on Southampton in the semi-finals of the FA Cup. So we'll be keeping tabs on those 2 games, bringing you all the updates. Arsenal win today. Very big for Mikel Arteta, and they hand over the psychological pressure to Pep and his boys. They have to respond to that Arsenal win. If they lose, I'm sure Pep and his side will just be smiling. But they've also got their fair share of games to deal with. Alright, so the poll we had for the second one, with Burnley and Wolves already relegated, we're asking now who joins them in the championship, Spurs or West Ham United. But the 2 teams won today. We had Spurs at Gunners. The second one was, I don't see West Ham surviving. 25% voted for that. And then 75% also believe that Spurs will get relegated. That's the updates when it comes to that poll we pick up. Let me get on YouTube and take some messages. Sweet Kwame says Palace are not good, City will beat them. Okay, Cosmos says thank you Liverpool for giving us a win against Crystal Palace. Sweet Kwame is asking a question. He says, how many goals do you think Viets will score in his EPL career? Do you want to answer that?
I mean, it depends on how long he'll be here.
He stays here.
Yeah, it depends on how long he
stays there in Liverpool. Okay.
I think his creativity will probably outweigh his goal scoring. Just based on if the season is anything to go by.
Okay. Let me get to the WhatsApp console. Says, can you explain the Ballard disallowed goal yesterday? Okay, I've not seen that goal, but I think we'll try and get that for you. 053996 053996. The next game to get into is Arsenal up against Newcastle United. But before I run you through the starting 11 for the 2 teams, let's switch the conversation slightly. Talk about West Ham's win against Everton. They have the strikers speaking after their 2-1 win over Everton. Enjoy.
You've got to make sure that you're ready, and today thankfully it paid off and I got myself a goal.
Yeah, what was it feeling like when that ball goes into the back of the net and you see the fans around you? You mentioned just off camera that the players jumped on your head, but you're seeing the fans get up on their feet and celebrating.
Yeah, it's amazing to share that with them. They've created a great atmosphere today, especially when we was 1-0 up, and yeah, it's fantastic to score. I think it's probably a little bit of relief. It's been a while. Probably a little bit of frustration in there as well and things like that. So you have a point to prove ultimately when you do come on the field and you're not playing as regularly as you want to. And hopefully now we can kick on, I can kick on and try and add a few more before the end of the season.
Alright, so that's West Ham United's Callum Wilson. He scored a 93rd minute winner as West Ham United took another huge step towards Premier League survival, beating Everton by 2-1 at the London Stadium. A result which stretches the unbeaten home league run to 6 matches this season in the Prem. Let me take your thoughts on how this win is very big for Nuno Espirito Santo and his side, especially with what's in front to deal with, knowing that they have to get a wins to stay in the Prem.
Oh yeah, it is quite big, and you see, it's not. They always say, yeah, winning is important, but it goes beyond the wins. It's about how you win. To be super influential, it's about how you win. It's not just about the wins. And to be super great, that's how it goes. And I look at the timing of that second goal from Callum Wilson.
Okay,
I think it will do them a lot of good. It will do them a lot of good because it came in the dying embers of the game.
Yeah,
and the fact that they were able to claw themselves and get themselves back up after they conceded that equalizer against Everton. And yeah, like I said, the drama that was involved in they getting that second goal, the fact that they were able to dig themselves from a hole of just conceding an equalizer and being able to come back and get that second goal. Yeah, for me, those circumstances are the things that give you that little bit of an extra edge. It gives you that little bit of an extra edge or an added advantage for you to be able to go into that final phase of the game. If you are battling relegation, to be able to stay in the league. And they are doing the right things. I mean, you have to, if you are in a relegation fight, you have to beat the teams that are around you.
Focus on your job.
Or are at par with you.
Yeah.
If you lose to a big side like, let's say, Arsenal or Man City, it's no big deal because I mean you are more or less expected to lose against those teams. But if you are Tottenham Hotspur, you are losing bodies, as in you are losing players due to injuries, and on top of that, you struggling to beat Wolves. It doesn't augur well. That's why I'm confident that West Ham will be able to survive. Because, and it's the same thing with this whole Arsenal and Man City title race thing.
Yeah,
we're about to see both teams play right now
in different
competitions. That's why it's about, you look at Tottenham Hotspur, you look at Man City for instance. Once they beat Arsenal, why is that all of a sudden people are saying that, oh no, instantly Arsenal will lose the title race?
Yeah, because they've been there consistently.
It's because of the momentum.
Yeah,
City have been inconsistent for a large part of the season, but guess what? As soon as it came to crunch, they are winning games consistently, and that's why people have this belief that they don't see Arsenal winning it, because when it came to crunch, they are losing games consistently. You get it?
Yeah.
Be it in the FA Cup, be it in the Premier League. The Champions League, they've done fairly well by making it to the semi-finals in back-to-back years. That's for the first time in the club's history. But in the Premier League and in the FA Cup, we've seen it happen. And so, to see West Ham being able to deliver when it is needed, I think they might just nick it. But you look at Spurs, they tend to falter in delivering the results or producing the results when they absolutely should, where there's no room for error.
Yeah,
they sometimes make that error, and that was very evident in last week's game, where you had to win at home. You had the win in your hands, and within a few minutes, boom, to the end of the game, you concede that equalizer. So I look at all these things and how much momentum can swing and how much momentum important of a factor momentum can play in determining who stays and who goes. And looking at the way things are looking right now, it looks like West Ham have that air of confidence around them They have that little bit of momentum more than Tottenham Hotspur do, and they don't seem to have an injury crisis as Spurs are dealing with right now. So everything is pointing in favour of West Ham staying in the league.
Okay, so West Ham staying in the league. Let's switch the conversation. City's game against Southampton have started. Is the FA Cup semi-finals. Let me quickly run you through the starting 11 for City's game. The big news is that Ghana's Antoine Semenyo is not starting for Manchester City. Is he on the bench? Nope, he's not on the bench too. I'll try and fish out what's wrong.
I think Pep is probably just maybe
Protect
giving
him,
a rest,
give him.
He's
a
played
rest.
a lot since he came in, more than I thought he.
I think ever since I think this will be the only game that he's not played.
That he's not been involved in.
Yeah.
Probably, so.
And maybe the Champions League because he wasn't registered for that.
For the round of 16.
Yeah.
And
So
the playoffs. Sorry.
exactly. City are starting with James Trafford in post, a back four of Matheus Nunes, John Stones, Nathan Ake, Ait Nuri, who's playing as a left back. Kovacic is playing in there with Nico Gonzalez. Ryan Sheki is on the right. Tiani Reinders playing as a 10 today. Phil Foden is on your left. And then Omar Mamouche playing as a 9 today. It's a 4-2-3-1 formation. On the part of Southampton, they have Perret in post, a back four of Wellington, Wood, Howard Bellis, and Bree. They have a midfield two of Janda and also Bragg. And then there's Shienza, Azaz, Fellows, and then Stewart, Charlie. Back in the days when you are talking about Southampton, you are mentioning players there. You know the players you are mentioning, but his players. This is not like to denigrate the players, though, but yeah, that's it. That's it. That
I mean, but that's why they also changed from being solid in the Premier League to now an up and down Championship Premier League team.
Yeah. In the Prem, there's Arsenal who will be taking on Newcastle United. Let's quickly get the thoughts of Arsenal boss Mikel Arteta.
Whatever minutes they can give us, and we will see how the game goes. And we have alternatives, especially in the front line as well, to change the game, and we'll use them in the right way.
No Calafiori, you said he'd be close. What's happened there?
No, he was very close, but as well we have certain players that are coming back from injuries and can play certain moments as well, and we need to be balanced in what we need.
Alright, so it's Arsenal taking on Newcastle United. A huge chance for them to regain top spot when they beat Newcastle United. Let me run you through the starting 11 for that game involving Arsenal v Newcastle United, kicking off at 4:30 p.m. Just 10 minutes to go. Arsenal starts in a 4-3-3 formation. David Raya is in post. There's Ben White starting as a right back. Saliba is there. Gabriel Magalhaes as the two centre backs. Pierre Nkapie is playing as a left back today. Midfield three of Martin Odegaard, Zubimendi, and Declan Rice. Berechi Eze is playing on the left. Kai Havertz is playing as a 9 today. And then also Noni Madueke playing on the right. On a part of Newcastle United, Nick Pope, a back four of Dan Burns, Van Botman, Malik Shaw, and Miley playing as a right back. Bruno Guimaraes, Sandro Tonali, Jacob Ramsey, Joe Willock, William Osula, and Jacob Murphy leading the attack for Newcastle United. There's a goal already?
Yeah, City have both hit the post and had the ball cleared off the line.
Oh,
I think the flag has gone up now. But they had a really good opportunity just into the game. I think they started quite well, putting Southampton under pressure immediately.
Okay. So there's two games we'll be keeping tabs on, one in the FA Cup and then one in the Premier League. The Southampton, they are looking to win the FA Cup for the first time in 1976. They beat Manchester United in that year. That was 50 years ago. City are 7-time FA Cup champions. But the last time the two sides actually faced off was just a year ago when Southampton held Manchester City to a goalless draw at the St. Mary's. And then they met in the FA Cup back in 2022 with City securing a 4-1 victory away from home. Guys, let's start a conversation with the FA Cup action. Kwacha, let me start off with you. So Pep resting Semenyo, good thing for the Ghanaian. He's played a lot of games this season ever since he switched from Bournemouth to Manchester City. But I think he's got equally good players to do the job against the Saints.
Yeah, and I think he's also looking at the quality of the opponents. With no disrespect to Southampton, I think while he recognizes the threat that he possesses, I think he thinks this is a game that he doesn't necessarily need to have all his all his players necessarily. He can give. Haaland is on the bench. He's the emergency. In case of emergency, get him on the pitch and he scores for you. But other than that, you have an opportunity to rest players and then prepare them, keep them fresh for the run-in. Let them know, because they know the most important. Every game is important now, obviously, for them. But they'll be able to win this, then they get through to a final, and then they have almost every Premier League game, which is like a final and then an actual final. So for Man City, I think it's just about getting different players. And Pep is one of the managers who's able to do that really well. He's able to rotate, his squad, rotate his team, and sometimes almost sideline some players entirely, and then you see them finding a way to get back into the team.
Charlie, why does Ryan Sheki, when he gets the ball, looks like he's playing with the ball? Yeah.
He's a ball juggler.
Yeah, no, but I'm not saying it's bad.
Yeah,
I just like
it just
what
comes
he does.
out of him. Yeah,
he calms things down, because Kovacic had the ball, run from City's own half into the Saints' half. He lays the pass to Sheki. Then Sheki just comes. I feel like there's nothing to play for.
Yeah, some players have that unique or rare ability where nothing in their environment,
the occasion doesn't get to them.
It shakes them. Like it's a rare trait, and that is one of the hallmarks of a very, very good player. They don't feel rushed.
Okay.
They don't feel rushed. They play at their own pace, but some way, somehow, they are making things happen. That's when you know that you have a good one. That's one of the things that you need to look out for when you are scouting a player. Once he has that rare quality, then you know that, okay, yeah, I have someone special. I have something special. Those are the ones that are very rare, and those are the ones that are absolute ballers.
Is that what you call passing the eye test?
Yeah, this part of passing the eye test. Because, for instance, I'll make this basketball analogy.
Yeah.
Luka Doncic, for instance, of the Los Angeles Lakers. He's not the fastest. He's not a guy who's athletic, who can jump, dunk, and do all of those things. But some way, somehow, he controls the pace of the game, especially when he has the ball in his hands. He plays to his own tune, to his own beat, but makes everything about around him move to his beat and his pace. That's when you know that you have a special player. You can't rush him. But he makes sure that things are done according to his pace. He bends the pace to his ability or to his style. That's when one of the traits that special players do have. Messi can just slow the game down.
Yeah.
Walking pace. The next thing you know, boom, he's exploding to the goal because he's made a pass and he's expecting the pass to be delivered to him while running into space. Those guys are rare.
Okay.
Ryan Sheki has that ability. All he needs to do is to ensure that he finds that proper balance between the catcher and the production.
Okay.
That's what he really needs to ensure. And that you get that proper balance of the skills, the flair, the flamboyancy, and being able to do what modern day footballers do, which is or are expected to do, which is produce numbers.
But has he been City's best player this season?
I mean, no,
because I think the numbers on the side.
And that's an interesting question you've asked.
Yeah.
Because it leads me to this whole debate that I think even some football pundits have even discussed. Who wins the Premier League Player of the Year at the end of the season? I think it depends on the team that wins the English Premier League title. If it is Arsenal, then that's easy. That's Declan Rice, hands down. If it's Arsenal, that's easy. If it is Manchester City, that's when it gets a bit tricky. Who are you giving it to? Is it Nico O'Reilly?
Are you giving it to Ryan Haaland has had the most important moments.
Pardon?
I think Haaland has had the most important moments. I was making a case for him.
Oh yeah, but even Haaland, if you ask him, he'll tell you truthfully, like, this hasn't been his best year.
Yeah.
So I don't think even he would be in position to win that particular award. So if City end up winning the league title, who are you going to give it to? Are you going to give it to Nico O'Reilly, a guy who is being played out of position but has excelled by all metrics? Are you going to give it to Ryan Cherky, a guy who's playing in City and in the English Premier League for the first time? This is his first season at City.
Yeah.
This is his first season in the EPL. Are you going to give it to him? And look at how he's performed. Are you going to give it to him? Are you going to give it to... Some have gone down the sentimental path. Are you going to give it to Bernardo Silva? Are you going to give it to...
I love Bernardo Silva.
Yeah, I think good. I think it's just sentiment.
He's been good, but
I think it's just sympathy votes because he's leaving. So they want to give it to him. No, I think it's just sympathy vote. Or my pick, Donnarumma.
Okay.
He has been brilliant. For me, he should be the player of the season if City win the league title. Because the kind of saves that he's made, absolutely crucial saves. He has saved City on multiple occasions. Yeah, I know that he made that big mistake against Arsenal, and it led to that Kai Havertz goal. But guess what? A few moments later,
well, Southampton have taken the lead against Manchester City. It's an offside. Call from the
but
referee.
A few moments after gifting or making that howler, a few moments after making that howler, you saw that save he pulled on. Was it Martin Odegaard? Oh no, Kai Havertz, that same guy. He kept Man City in that game. That goal goes in for Arsenal. It's curtains for Man City. It's curtains. Oh, that's clear. It's curtains for Manchester City. So for me, the player of the season, if Man City end up winning the league title, oh yeah, it's easy. It will be Donnarumma with Nico O'Reilly in a close second and Ryan Cherky in third. So for me, yeah, Donnarumma for the win.
Well, Kwashi?
No, I wanted to just touch on some of the points you make. I get with the Man City one, obviously they've had this problem before. They've had it in the years where they even give it to Ruben Dias because they know who they could credit with Man City's success. And I think that's the problem with the Guardiola system. Like when everything is functioning well, the whole system looks very well. It's not necessarily, obviously there are different parts in it, but it's almost like everything is working in cohesion. So it's hard to tell who necessarily was the best player. Maybe if Rodri had one of the seasons he had, like when he won the Ballon d'Or, maybe then it's more obvious for him. But other than that, like if you look at where Man City and Arsenal are right now, at this point it's tight margins. It's making the right decision in one or two moments in the game. And I think that Arsenal, like we keep saying, mentally wise, they can't afford to slip up again in this game in particular. And City to go up against Southampton, they also just need to make sure that they don't just take their become too calm, expect the victory before the victory happens. I think they need to go out and actually play football, because we've seen from the early chances from Southampton that they are willing to attack City. This is not going to be a team that's just going to sit back and wait for City to play all the football.
Okay.
So yeah, it could be an interesting game for them.
Hey.
For Newcastle, I'm surprised to see Osula start. And I was looking through the lineup.
Was that Osula who did what I saw?
Yeah, and Elanga is on the bench, Voltmara is on the bench, Wissa is on the bench, and he's starting with the front three of Willock, Murphy, and Osula. And
Eddie Howe is going through it. Eddie Howe is really going through it. But I like how Southampton have started the game again.
Yeah, they've been very good at that.
I think
they have a very...
Yeah, they look very adventurous in the final third. Very bold. And I've seen what they are trying to do with their striker. Very tall.
He went in and then he gets a knockout for the two players who run quickly and then they try and
I think they are... I've not watched them a lot this season.
Well, this season...
But I think what I've seen this actually explains why they are in the top 5 of the championship in England.
And they have the same approach to the Arsenal game. Arsenal buckled. They were a little uncertain. How are they attacking us? I think Man City can approach it differently. But at the end of the day, like you said, he still needs to get the job done and win. Okay.
So this is what we'll do today. We are on to 6:30, but we'll be blending it with phone calls. So phone lines activated 053 996 996 0549986 996. So we'll be bringing you all the updates from the Emirates and also from Wembley. Wembley City taking on Southampton in the semi-finals of the FA Cup, and at the Emirates is Arsenal taking on Newcastle United. Let's hear from the Arsenal fans. How confident are you that your team can go back or regain top spot with a win against Newcastle United today. Newcastle themselves are not in the best of positions, and it's also good to see Kovacic back playing for City again, can't you?
Yeah, I know I didn't forget he was there, but I think I've seen Nico Gonzalez a lot too much this season that his hair is grown. I haven't seen him in a
He's
long
looking
time.
different.
Yeah, but it's
He's
good
not
to
played football in a while.
Yeah, it's good to see him fit. He's always been a quality player. I think even from his Chelsea days, from his Real Madrid days, he's always been that. He's able to drive the ball upfield at least through midfield, and I think City have. I mean, O'Reilly has done that a bit, but he's had to do it from fullback.
Yeah,
if that makes sense. And Rodri himself hasn't been fit, so I think to have someone like Kovacic in the team, it's something that I think Nunez too could have done, but then Nunez has moved towards the right back. But it's something he used to do very well when he was at Wolves, Matheus Nunez. I think it's an element that's been missing from City's midfield. Sometimes they have the short passes that make it through, but sometimes you need someone who can actually force the issue and instigate things on themselves. And I think Kovacic is that. Just on the Man City thing, good to go back to Turkey.
Yeah.
Guardiola, I think I saw Guardiola speaking about it, and I think Thierry made the same points that sometimes
what Turkey has been doing.
Yeah, about the positions in which he goes to pick up the ball.
Oh, okay.
And I think he has an obsession with being on the ball and like making things happen, or like you said, having that extra skill and flair when he has the ball. And sometimes it means that rather than waiting for the possession to move upfield towards where he is, he rather drops back. But not in the way Harry Kane does, because I think Harry Kane just drops in between the two wingers, but he kind of can almost drop back to come and pick it up from right next where the centre back is and then try and move the ball forward. And I think he also needs to find out when to be more direct and when to also like try and just be more in control of the game and try and be more trying to create chances and rather than just necessarily having touches and moving around the pitch.
054996 053996 4 lines now activated. Kindly call us and let's get talking. 054996 053996 996. 2 games happening as we speak, one in the FA Cup and then one in the Premier League. Arsenal taking on Newcastle 4 minutes and then City taking on Southampton 20 minutes played in that game. So that's it. If Arsenal win today, if they beat Newcastle, they regain top spot in the English Premier League table. Southampton themselves are looking to reach the FA Cup final for the first time since 1976. In that year, they beat United by 1-0 to win the FA Cup. City are 7-time FA Cup champions, and so also chasing their 8th with Pep. Hi, your name? Where are you calling us from?
I'm John Champion from Medina Estate.
John Champion, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm fine.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Oh, yes.
Did you take the commentator's name, John Champion, to
yes, way back in secondary school. That was I used to do commentary.
Oh, I see. So John
so
Champion is
your
role model, eh?
Yes.
I see. That's good. Talk to me. What team do you support, John Champion?
Oh, Chelsea.
Oh, okay. You don't have a coach. I mean, you have Callum McFarlane to deal with.
This season we take it as a bonus. We wherever we end up, the only thing I don't want is relegation. So wherever we place, I don't have any issue. But I've already told you guys that I don't blame Chelsea players or the coach. I blame British government for Chelsea issue. I've said it earlier on. But one thing I want to say is, it pains me that 2 of my favorite clubs, West Ham and Tottenham, are struggling. The team are targeted to go on relegation. I don't know where they have gotten that form from. Because, I want Nottingham Forest to go on relegation because of the way the owner is behaving. It pains me that Tottenham is in this kind of calamity. I hope they will recover and do something else. But if with Tottenham and West Ham. I would like West Ham to survive. And I'm very, very happy the way you discuss about Newcastle coach. Because that coach, his time has passed. He cannot take Newcastle anywhere. So today I'm very, very happy for you people. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, John Champion. John Champion in Ghana. 05399699605499969996. Hi, and where are you calling us from?
Good afternoon. I'm Kobe calling from Teshinogro.
Kobe, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good.
Kobe, are you sleeping?
Oh no, I'm not sleeping.
Okay. Talk to me. What team do you support?
Yeah, I support Liverpool. I first of all want to congratulate Liverpool for winning their match. And I want to talk about the Black Stars coach, if you don't mind.
Please go ahead.
Okay. And just a few days back, exactly 2 days back, the GFA unveiled the new Black Stars coach, organized a press conference. Right? It's sad. It's completely befuddling to see the GFA organize a press conference for the media, and you see media men standing at the back and supporters sitting on the seat, and it's sad. And this to the media: if you are not going to demand high professional standards from the GFA anytime they organize press conferences, then you better boycott it. Because this an eyesore, and it was being streamed live on the internet. Other countries will see such things and think we don't even know what you're about. So just such things subject the country to ridicule and mockery. People see this and it's sad. Now talking about, I listened to a few platforms and we're talking about the current Black Stars coach, the current Black Stars team not being strong enough, blah, blah, blah. This is the weakest Black Stars team we are sending to the World Cup and all that. And I say to myself, it's not that the Black Stars team is weak. It's just that people at the FA don't want to see certain players in this Black Stars team. That is why it has rendered this Black Stars current team so weak. Because I'm telling you, if you are going to do the call-ups dispassionately, devoid of favoritism, I'm telling you, there are very good players out there. Very, very plasma of very good players out there we can draft into the Black Stars team going into the World Cup. But as usual, as the GFA president said a few years back when he said no player will be put into the Black Stars team without his notice. So certain people, that is what I expect. That is what I think. That certain people at the FA don't want to see someone like Osman Bukhari. Osman Bukhari is such a prolific player. He even scored at the last World Cup, but yet still you don't call him up. Anytime he plays for the Black Stars, he does so well, but yet still you don't call him. I always prefer an Osman Bukhari to a Kamal with him. I always prefer an Osman Bukhari to the Kobna or whatever his name is. He's a player that does so well, but you don't call him. Look at Abdul Mumin. I prefer an Abdul Mumin over Jonas Adjete any day, anytime. But Jonas Adjete always gets called up over such players. Look at Jeffrey Schnupp. Jeffrey Schnupp is doing so well. I would always prefer Benson Stop over some of the players we call. But
yeah, Kobe. So because of time,
yeah.
Right? So you have to make your point real quick so I can speak to the other callers.
And anytime you want to engage, that is what I think. Anytime you want to engage the services or engage in any departments of the team, we need to get the services of experts. That is why I think if we get scouts who go all out there, look at what the coach wants, and get the best of players, drop them into the team going into the World Cup, because I'm telling you, we have good players out there. If we are going to do our call-up dispassionately, devoid of personal interest and favoritism and all that, we are going to get very good Black Stars players going into the World Cup, and we might end up doing well. That is my take. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kobe. 0539969996 0549986996. Call us. Let's get talking. Let's talk to our next caller. Hi, your name and where are you calling us from?
Hello, I'm McCarthy from North Ganesh.
McCarthy, how are you doing?
Good, sorry.
What team do you support?
Barcelona fan. You see, I'm lying on my bed waiting for my medal, but my medal is not coming. But it will come very soon, Yeah. Because me, I'm a champion already. You get what I'm saying? Didn't I win 2-0 today, right? I won 2-0 today, right? Hello?
Yes, you did.
Yeah, I did. I won 2-0. And I really wish Madrid would drop another point next week so they can be forced to do the guard of honor at the Camp Nou. That would be one of the greatest days in football history. But I hope they do that. But seriously, what's wrong with this Madrid team? Like, I don't know. It's like, I don't know. They are not interested. They seem to play like, I don't know. Even before they even exited in the Champions League, when they are playing, it's like, oh, yeah, if we win, we win. If we don't win, we don't get. Like, it's like they look disinterested. Except maybe the Bayern games where I think that's a big game, so you have to show up. Even then, I don't know. This Madrid team, and it's because of balance. It's not. People are saying Mbappe is a problem. They are trying to do players in their team, but I think it's the balance. They don't have. Madrid don't have any proper like world-class right winger right now. Do they? They don't. Yeah, they don't have any proper world-class right winger right now. And I'm hearing they are preparing a 175 million bid for Michael Olise. Let's see how that goes. But seriously, I hope this continues for the next. Because as for me, I do not care. Bye.
All right, thank you so much, McCarthy. 0549969996 0539986996. Let's speak to our next caller. Okay, we do not have. You can also call 0549986996. Let me update you on the scores. Well, in the FA Cup semi-finals, 8 minutes played. As Manchester City 0, Southampton 0. Elsewhere at the Emirates, Arsenal 1, Newcastle United 0. Eberechi Eze with a goal for Arsenal. That was a really sweet take from Eze to give the Gunners the lead. So as it stands, Arsenal will go top of the table. That's if they're able to keep or hold on to the lead against the Magpies. So it's Arsenal 1, Newcastle United 0. 40 minutes played so far at the Emirates. Gabriel Fahia with Yari Jeminta and Manola Angelo Kwache. You can also call us. The time is yours now. 0549986996 0549986996. If you want to text into the show, feel free to also do so through to this number 0539986996 0539986996. Question, let me just take quick thoughts from you on what you've picked up from the FA Cup so far. Southampton are not here to play around.
Oh no, they've been incredible. At least if you're going by the standards they're probably expecting from a championship team, they've come out. They've taken the game to City, and they have tried multiple ways. Like they are really good with set pieces. They've been really good with their link-up play too, and hitting City on the counter as well.
Okay, let's get back to the phone lines. Hi, you know where you're calling out from?
I'm Leonard from Kasua.
Your name again?
Leonard from Kasua.
Leonard. Okay, what team do you support?
I support Manchester.
Okay, please talk to me.
Yeah, I think I want to talk about the Arsenal, but I think they still have a chance to win the league. So I think we should give them a chance. Most people are trying to write them off, but I think they can do well. And also, I also support Madrid. And I think Madrid, we are slacking. Their boys are not playing well. I don't know what's happening to the team, but it's not looking good. And it's something. I hope the boys bounce back, Charlie. to make some way give us. So let's see how it goes. Maybe next season we can win something. With regards to all the boys and coaching me.
All right. All right, Leonard, thank you so much for your thoughts. 0539 986 996 0549 986 996. Please call us. Let's get talking. AS Roma have added a second goal against Bologna. It's AS Roma 2, Bologna 0. In the FA Cup action, City 0, Southampton 0. And the Gunners are also taking on the Magpies. It's Arsenal 1, Newcastle United 0. Brechieze with the goal for Mikel Arteta's side. Hi, your name, where are you calling us from? Okay, we don't have a caller yet. 0549986996 0549986996. Kwashi, you were making a point about
Southampton, and if you look at the game clearly, I don't think the game is going the way City probably expected. I think by now they probably thought they would have at least got the early goal, settle their nerves, and then they can just play their football. But it looks like Southampton are still intent on attacking high on City, and it depends on how long they can settle them, whether they're able to build on their momentum. Because another advantage now with the big teams is there are 5 substitutions, and City have a much better bench. So the longer the game goes on, the more City can rely on that experience and that to come in and help finish the job. So if they can try and maybe at least while they still have the energy, while they still have the legs, try and make the advantage count, I think it could be helpful for them in the long run in the game.
Okay, let's get back to the callers. Hi, where are you calling us from?
Hello.
Hi, your name, please. Okay. Sure, the person was not ready to speak. 0539986996 0549986996. Yeah, Arsenal do have a lead against Newcastle. Surprised with that?
No, I mean I'm seeing Eze playing on the left, and that's where I don't know. He's fitting in there well, but I think this has been Arteta's main struggle the whole season. He's desperate to play his captain, who's Odegaard, but the player who's probably the most influential on their season as a whole has been Eze. And I think by shifting Madueke to the right, which is only possible now today because Saka is not available.
Yeah.
But I mean, Saka is available, but he's not starting the game. And yeah, it's just an interesting trying to see how he's trying to adjust to the game.
Okay. Hi, your name, where are you calling us from?
Yeah, this is Robert. I'm calling from Doina.
Your name is what, Robert?
Yes, please.
Robert, what team do you support?
Arsenal.
Okay, talk to me. Your team have taken the lead against Newcastle United. Thanks to Brechieze.
Yeah, that's my way. KTC City FM. Yeah, many people have run us off that we cannot win this league, but they'll be disappointed at the end of it. They'll be disappointed. Arsenal is going to win this league no less than 3 points. They are going to win this league. You can even win this league with 6 points, 5 points or 4. No less than Arsenal. And City is going to keep the momentum. That's what will happen at the end of it. So we, the Arsenal fan, we are not. I know people are working this sort of this. We are not giving. We are going to win. Everything has shown like that now we win.
All right, thank you so much for joining us, Robert. We appreciate your thoughts. 0549986996 0539986996. Let's talk to our next caller. Hi, welcome to 97.3. Your name and where are you calling us from?
Thank you. My name is Bookson.
Your name is?
Calling from Bookson.
Goodson.
Bookson. Bookson.
Oh, okay. Bookson, talk to me.
Calling all the way from near Tamale International Airport.
Calling all the way from?
Tamale, near Tamale Airport.
Oh, okay, that's great to have you. Talk to me. What team do you support?
Yeah, I'm a City supporter, and I strongly believe that the league is ours. Despite Arsenal leading today, it's not going to change the result in the final day. We are focused, and we are not using a single match, and we are going to make sure that our goal margin is going to increase. So we should keep scoring. We should keep scoring. We are not using a single match until the final day. So that's what I have said. So Arsenal is well beginning to do nothing to us. We believe that we have a strong, solid bench and we can do the work. We have been doing it. And history always repeats itself. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Goodson, and we appreciate your thoughts. 0549 96996 0539 986 996. Arsenal 1, Newcastle United 0. 22 minutes played at the Emirates at Wembley. 36 minutes played. City 0, Southampton 0. Let's talk to our next caller. Hi, and where are you calling us from?
Hello, my name is Sammy. I'm calling from Kaswa, Nashville Junction.
Thank you. Sammy, what team do you support?
Madrid.
Talk to me.
Yeah, I don't know this season. I don't know what is wrong. I don't know what is with the players. I don't know what is wrong with the management. I mean, even Frente Perez. I don't know what is wrong with them. I don't know. But the team, I don't know. This season too, we are going trophyless. It's not good. And they need to back up. But I hope by next season, everything will be. We will compete any trophies in Europe. It's more on Arsenal. Arsenal, I don't know what is wrong with them. I don't know, but I'm not sure this league they are going to win it. Man City will take the glory. Thank you.
Interesting thoughts from Sammy. Tipping City to win the league. 0549 96996 0549 986 996. Kwachi, you want to say something?
I mean, just to touch on the Madrid issue, I think now it's 1 point. And PSG have now made back-to-back semi-finals. I think they only made one semi-final when Mbappe was there. The year they made the final.
Yeah.
I think there might have been a second semi-final to Man City. I think when Man City went when Mahrez scored that free kick. But they were not consistently competing on the European stage. And for Real Madrid to now go 2 seasons trophyless, I don't think they've been to the semi-finals of the Champions League in both seasons. And for since Mbappe's moved from PSG seems to have been getting better, and Madrid now seems to not be getting worse. It's not necessarily Mbappe is a wonderful player. This is not to say that when he goes to a club, the club isn't good anymore. But I think it's just pointing out the pattern. It's just a pattern that I've observed, and I don't think it's quite interesting because you would think that for a team that had just won the Champions League, signing Mbappe is that they could probably think about running it back to back again. And the fact that the season hasn't transpired anywhere near that is just interesting to observe. I think, and it feels a little reminiscent of the last period in which they went to little trophyless, which surprisingly was under the Galacticos period. If I'm right, Beckham wasn't able to win the championship league title while he was at Real Madrid, even though he was playing with Roberto Carlos and Ronaldo and Luis Figo.
Yeah.
And sometimes they look incredible on paper. Putting them together, you put these together, but then these are also individual human beings with their own egos and tendencies and things and ways they see the game, and that's also necessarily going to affect how they play as a team, even though individually this is probably as talented as Real Madrid has been for a long time.
Okay, phone line still activated. 0539 96 996 0549 986 996. Gabby Ofe here with Yao Jeminta and also Manuel Angelo Kwache. Let me take your thoughts pretty quick, and then we'll take a break, come back, and continue with the conversation for you. Arsenal do have the lead. The bridge is I'm not sure you're surprised that they do have the lead though, but the question I want to ask is, can they hold on to the lead? Because taking into consideration that City would have to respond.
Can they hold on to the lead? These days, I'm not too sure. I'm not so confident about it.
Yeah.
If it was a month and a half ago, yes, I would be confident that they hold on to the lead. But, I mean, they dropped the lead against the likes of Wolves and co. So, I'm not too confident about it.
Okay. Let me pick this caller. Hi, and where are you calling us from? Hello? Okay. The caller is not ready to speak with us. 05499696. Hi, and where are you calling us from?
Hey, my name is Maxwell. I'm coming from Nungwa.
Maxwell, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, and you?
I'm good too. What team do you support?
Manchester for sure.
Which of the Manchester?
Manchester United.
Yeah. Okay. Because when you say Manchester, you know there are two clubs.
Yes, but we are the only Manchester.
How so?
We have been there before they came.
Okay, all right. Talk to me.
Yes, you see, we Manchester, we are just using this season to get things upright. But for City, it's a painful thing to admit that they will take the lead because the time at which they are picking up, the time at which they are gathering their things and their strength, they will be capable of taking the ball. It will be very painful on the part of Arsenal. It means that this season is Pep Guardiola's very difficult season in his whole year at Man City. So even this season, he should go ahead to take the lead. That would be very painful. Not that the second thing has to do with Pep Guardiola record. He have never lost a cup or a competition for 2 consecutive times. So every time he loses one, he comes back the next season and he goes 2-3, and then the other one he goes down. So I just pray if Arsenal can do it, that would be perfect. But the way it is going is difficult. Although they are announcing neighbors, but look like they see the trouble. But next season we'll make them boot for boot. Thank you for the opportunity.
All right, thank you. We appreciate your thoughts as well. 054996 996 0549 986 996. Do you have a caller? Okay, we do. Hi, you know where you're calling us from?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm fine. My name is Emmanuel from Teshi.
Iman, what team do you support?
Barcelona.
Okay, talk to me. You won today. You beat Getafe by 2-0.
Sure. We deserve that. Madrid is going to play again, and it's good for us. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you so much. 053996 996 0539 986 996. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll still talk to you. I'll still take the thoughts of the guys. We are here with you till somewhere around 6:30. Arsenal 1, Newcastle United 0, 29 minutes played. In the FA Cup, 43 minutes played, City 0, Southampton 0. I'm Gabriel for 97.3. We're back after this. there with Yao J, Menta Manuel, Angelo Kwache. Support from Daniel Squashy and Kwakofi also around to help with all the updates on YouTube. 0549969996. That's the WhatsApp text line. Phone line still activated. 0549986996 or 0539986996. So call us. Let's get talking. It's halftime between City and Southampton, goalless between the two sides in the semi-finals of the FA Cup. And the Premier League, Arsenal do have the lead against Newcastle United thanks to a Berechi Eze at the Emirates. 36 minutes played in that game. We'll see if Arsenal can hold on to that lead. Maybe add some few goals and then get off to a good start. Regain their position at the top of the table. So call us, let's get talking. 0539986996 0539986996. Call us, let's talk. Let me do some quick updates from the other league centers. The Italian Serie A, Bologna 0, AS Roma 2. Later, 6:45 p.m. there's Verona up against Lecce. And then in Spain, Alaves early on beat Mallorca by 2-1. Barcelona also beat Getafe by 2-0. Valencia, as we speak, are taking on Girona. Then later, Atletico Madrid up against Athletic Bilbao in the Spanish La Liga. The EPL, Arsenal are taking on Newcastle. Arsenal 1, Newcastle United 0. For the FA Cup, Southampton up against Manchester City is halftime. Let me just run you through the stats from that game. City had 6 shots in total, 1 on target in the first half, and 2 corners, 65% ball possession to that of Southampton's 35 in the first half. I'll take some comments on YouTube. Kobna Amwa says Mohamed bin Arteta will destroy Ibrahim Simeone on Wednesday. You mean Diego Simeone? Okay. Prince Silfi says Arsenal just scored and the loud fans have already found their mouth. The game will end and there will be nowhere to be found. Just like 2012 when United discovered City had won the league in stoppage time, so too will Man City. This league is ours and City cannot do anything. Okay. On the WhatsApp console, you can send in your thoughts. 0549986 Nathan from Kaswa says, so Kovacic still day. As for John Stone, someone with the name Stones, he visits the medics pass. He's made sure he's fit early enough to participate in the World Cup. I hope he stays fit till June. I have a feeling that maybe, just maybe, the gods of football will spare Tottenham from relegation because they are too. Because if we are to rely on players to get themselves over the line, the likes of Danso go mess up. Okay, let me come back to Jeminta and take his thoughts on that FA Cup action, the first half, what he saw in there, and if City can go past Southampton to reach the finals.
Oh, I believe City will qualify to the final. I believe they will win the final. Because I look on the other side, the teams playing the other semi-final, I don't see either of them beating Manchester City in the FA Cup final. That's Leeds United or Chelsea. I don't see it happening. And this game, I see Man City beating Southampton. Don't get me wrong, Southampton have been very, very impressive since the game started. They've had 2-3 decent opportunities. I mean, they managed to score a goal and all, but it was ruled for offside. But they have been very impressive. They've been able to hold their own against the press, the Man City press, something that Arsenal struggled with. Southampton have shown that they are quite adept at playing out from the back.
Okay.
And they've been able to put Manchester City on the back foot on a couple of occasions, stretched their defense, tested their speed on the recovery when Man City play the high line. And yeah, they have been all round a very, very good team. I mean, based on the level of expectations, Southampton's expectations were quite low in terms of performance. And looking at how they performed in that first half, yeah, I'll pick them as the better side of the two teams. Unfortunately, in these situations, when you're playing against a team like that, you need to be able to score at least a goal. And when you don't score at least a goal, it becomes a bit problematic because you know that the depth of quality that they have, they will use it to grind you down and be able to find a way to score a goal and nick a win and qualify. So that's the only bit of a downer on Southampton's game or performance in that first half that I can comment about.
Yeah.
But aside that, they have been very, very impressive. And for City, it's looked a bit choppy, hasn't been fluid. I mean, they've made quite significant changes. These days, Omar Mamouche doesn't start much. I think Nico Gonzalez is also starting.
Yeah, he's starting today.
Yeah, a lot of these guys don't start quite a lot of games for Man City, but they starting and seeing how they performed in that first half as a team, I'm not surprised at all because it has been very choppy, stop starts. It hasn't been too fluid. Mateo Kovacic is even playing in this game. When was the last time you saw Mateo Kovacic
I forgot he was still there.
Yeah, in the 2025-2026 season. So, yeah, I don't think City will be bothered by that less than impressive performance in that first half because they know that they are just trying to get their wits about them, having not played too many of those players for quite a while, especially together. So I don't think they'll be bothered. They will still have that air of confidence about them and know and believe that, yeah, they will just have to ride the momentum that they are on right now and get a goal or two and qualify to the next stage.
Okay. So that's the update on the City clash with Southampton in the FA Cup. You can still call us 054 9986 996 0539 986 996. Arsenal are still in action. 43 minutes played. Arsenal 1, Newcastle United 0. Eberechi with the goal for the Gunners in that game. Yeah, so call us, let's get talking. 0549 986 996. Gabriel Fair here with Yao Ejeminta. For Southampton, they are looking to reach the FA Cup finals for the first time since 1976. And for City, the last time they won the trophy was in 2023. So they're also chasing an 8th FA Cup trophy under Pep Guardiola candidate. Okay, on YouTube, Panorama says Jordan our captain. Okay. I think I can't say that on radio. You need to. Yeah, it's not the best stuff. Yeah. So I can't say that. But yeah, you can say your thoughts. 054996 996 054996 996. 97.3, the Republic of Football. 054996 053986 Those are the numbers to call and share your thoughts with us. For the FA Cup later tomorrow, Chelsea Leeds. That's the second semi-final. that will be happening later tomorrow. Hopefully Chelsea can get to the finals. Chelsea are now with Callum McFarlane after the sacking of Liam Rosinia. It's 106 or 7 days just in charge with the club. The club says that they can no longer have Liam Rosinia as their head coach or as the club's head coach. Parted ways with the club. The new coach should probably come in next season, so let's see who Chelsea do appoint as their next coach to lead them. Well, in the German league, Hoffenheim 2, Hamburg SV 1, Borussia Mönchengladbach and Wolfsburg played out a goalless draw. Bayern Munich also put 4 past Mainz. That's it ended 4-3, so 7-goal thriller in that game. Heidenheim 2, St. Pauli 0, Bayer Leverkusen 2, FC Cologne 1, and then Augsburg also played out a 1-1 draw with Frankfurt in that game there. And the Spanish La Liga, as we speak, Girona taking on Valencia, goalless in that game. Later, Atletico Madrid will be playing Athletic Bilbao at a later time. When you go to the Italian Serie A, AS Roma beating Bologna by 2-0, and then Pisa up against Pisa beat. Okay, they lost to Parma at 6:45. There is Verona up against Lecce for you to look forward to in the Italian Serie A. Arsenal have made a change. Victor Gyökeres is on. Yeah. You surprised that Arteta has well, did he start? No, I'm sure he started. I think
no, he had
Kai Havertz.
He had to make some adjustments. Kai Havertz injury, so he had to make some adjustments.
Yeah.
Okay,
so Gyökeres coming in for. Okay, I think the update is that Havertz is injured. Yeah, so Havertz is injured. He was yanked off in the 34th minute, and Victor Gyökeres came in to. Will continue that game. So Arsenal 1, Newcastle United 0 in that game. The FA Cup semi-final, the second half will start pretty soon. I'm sure Southampton will be looking very confident coming out from the tunnel after holding City to the goalless draw in the first half. But you can also call out 05 49986 996 0549 986 996. The Arsenal fans, the City fans, the Chelsea fans, call us and let's get talking. Are you confident about your team's chances of keep winning the league this season under Mikel Arteta? And for City, if you think they can also win the FA Cup for the first time in 2023, just call us and let's get interactive. No, 0549969960539986 996. City's game against Southampton will start pretty soon. The second half is still goalless between the two sides. Pep will be hoping to finish this job as much as possible so they can also respond later in the English Premier League when they return for their fixture. They're taking on Southampton now as we speak in the Premier League, and then Arsenal up against Newcastle as a with the goal for Arsenal. Let me just run you through some stats from the first half. The ball possession was split 50% for each side. Total shots 9 on part of Newcastle United, and then 3-4 Arsenal. Shot on target 2 apiece. Big chances. Newcastle had 1. Corner kicks S3 for Arsenal, and then 1 for Newcastle United. In case you're wondering who is starting for the two teams, or you missed out on the starting 11, David Raya started in post. It's a 4-3-3 formation. A back four of Ben White, Saliba, Gabriel Magalhaes, and Pierre Hincapié. Midfield 3 of Declan Rice, Zubimendi, Martin Odegaard, Madueke, Kai Havertz, who's been yanked off. Victor Gyökeres is on to play the rest of the minutes, and Eberechi Eze in there. For Newcastle, it's a 4-1 formation. Nick Pope, Dan Burns, Sven Botman, Malik Thiaw, Miley, Sandro Tonali, Jacob Ramsey, Bruno Guimaraes, Joe Willock, Jacob Murphy, and William Osula starting for Newcastle United. So Newcastle are trailing by 1 goal to 0 in that competition. 0549986996 0539986996 call us, let's get talking. Still the Arsenal fans out there, if you are listening to us, and also the Manchester City fans, also call us and let's get talking. The poll is still up though. I think we should end it now. That was about Burnley and Wolves already relegated, and looking for who to join them, not Spurs or West Ham United to join them. We have 60% for Spurs are Gunners, so 60% saying that Spurs will get relegated, and then 40% also believing that West Ham United will survive under Nuno Espirito Santo. But for Spurs, early on, it was their first win in 2026 under Roberto De Zerbi after beating Wolverhampton Wanderers earlier today in the English Premier League. Some more few games to end the season, about 5 games to end the season, and so we'll see which teams get relegated. Wisdom Malco Akron says any player that represents a country in the World Cup, their club side will receive a certain amount. So because of that, AJ Oxlade has started playing all our Ghanaian brothers. But
you can't discount that. You can't discount that.
But the players were starting already. Elisha Owusu
wasn't starting much.
Not much.
He was in and out of the team.
Okay.
Yeah, Gideon Mensah too, in and out of the team. So you can't say that like he was some undroppable player. Yeah, he was in and out of the team. But yeah, he makes a fair good point. I mean, at the end of the day, AJ Oxlade, I don't think they are getting any relegated anytime soon, or they are close to the relegation spot, so they can afford to make such or take such decisions. At the end of the day, there's always something extra to every decision. So I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they've done their checks and realized, okay, there's virtually nothing to play for this season. So
and these players actually also have a good chance of getting into the squad for the Black Stars.
So I'm checking the French League 1 standings right now, and to see where AJ Oxlade lie and be able to determine.
I think they're pretty safe.
If indeed this theory
works,
this theory holds water, because they just lost to Olympic Lyon by 3 goals to 2, and I'm checking the standings right now. Wow. Well, I don't believe this theory will hold water, because they are 16th.
Yeah.
And the French league has 18 clubs.
18 teams,
So they are not safe. I don't think they are playing them because they want to get as much money as possible. I think they are playing them because they believe
the season is done.
They can offer something. That's why they are playing them. Yeah, because you look at the league standings. And they are in quite deep trouble, because at the end of the day, their point build-up is not the best. Their point build-up is, they have 25 points.
Okay.
And they are 4 points off the 15th team that is OG Sinis.
Yeah.
And right now, yeah, they are a little bit safe because two teams get relegated in the French league. And they are 16th.
Yeah.
So the 17th team
And
is
the 18th.
Nantes, and the 18th team is Metz. And between Auxerre and Nantes is a 5-point gap. And yeah, so maybe they are thinking they can be able to play their cards a little bit. But at the end of the day, I don't think the money is the main reason why they are playing all three Ghana players. On top of that, Nantes playing their game a bit later. AJ Auxerre played this afternoon.
Yeah.
So they played a game more than Nantes. So if Nantes end up winning their game, they'll close the gap to 2 points. So that isn't too safe. Yeah, that's quite risky. So yeah, I think they are playing them because they believe they can give them a little bit of production and be able to get enough points to scale up the standards.
Yeah. Okay. So that's the update on that. The Ghanaian players who played for AJ Auxerre earlier today. In that French league, as we speak, Angers are taking on PSG, and then later 7-5 Toulouse up against AS Monaco in that competition. Arsenal's game against Newcastle is on a break. It's halftime between the two sides. So let's see if they bounce back, what would become of them. If Arsenal can actually hold on to that 3 points and then regain their position at the top of the table. Yeah. 0539986996 05499696 and the WhatsApp and call line. You can also call us or text us and share your thoughts with us on the show. This is the Republic of Football 97.3. Wisdom Mauko Akron says, so he's asking you to give him 5 Ghanaian players on form currently. Yeah.
5 Ghana players.
Because he's struggling to, he is struggling to get. Oh, what is it in the GPO or?
It's a bit ambiguous. So what GPL?
Because he didn't say whether in Europe or in Ghana or but in form, I think if you want to bro, Semenyo top set.
Semenyo
on form.
Yeah, Semenyo. Let me see.
Fatal Isako.
Semenyo, Fatal Isako.
Even though the Leicester is relegated.
Yeah, Semenyo, Fatal Isako. Brandon Thomas Asante. That's 3. I look at the midfielders. Majida Shmiro just returned from injury and he's been playing well, but I don't think that he's played enough games.
Patin has been quiet this season.
Caleb Yonchi. Caleb Yonchi has been very good.
He gave a very good sweet pass today.
He has been very good, playing all over the pitch. He's played as a centre back, he's played as a right full back, he's played as a central midfielder. He's been very good.
Prince Edukop now also scored today.
Okay, cool. That's cool. Caleb Yonchi, Brandon Thomas Asante, Semenyo, Abdul Fattah Shahaku. Yes, Kojo Pompepra.
Okay.
Yeah, the defender. He's been very, very good for
How about
Jiku? Jiku, pretty solid. Nothing special. Pretty solid.
A decent outing so far.
Yeah. So for me, he said top 5.
Yeah.
So top 5. He doesn't make top 5.
He actually said anyway.
Anyway, top 5. Yeah. So top 5. I don't think you could mix my cut, but Caleb Jurenchi, Kojo Pompepra, Fatah Shahaku, Antoine Semenyo, Brandon Thomas Asante. Yeah.
Let's just go into that conversation that had everybody talking from Kyrgios's press conference. One of the things.
Right now I'm the biggest instigator on
that
on
had
X.
to do it. Yeah, the local players thing. It started on TV. We
Ghana-based players. What's the local players?
Local players. They play in the local league, so the Ghana Premier League.
So
home-based players.
Okay.
Okay, fine. But someone says when we do that, more like you're denigrating their.
It's the same thing when people say, "Oh, the original Ronaldo."
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, so are you saying that the Ronaldo that we have now is the fake Ronaldo or what? Or is the synthetic
The
Ronaldo?
Portuguese Ronaldo. It's fine. You can say Portuguese and Brazilian. That's the nationality separation.
May I just say Cristiano Ronaldo?
Yeah. Okay. The name too.
Yeah, I just say Cristiano Ronaldo. If I'm talking about Ronaldo, I'm talking about Ronaldo Luis Nazario de Lima.
Yeah.
I don't say original Ronaldo. Nah, or Ronaldo from Brazil. Yeah, I think it's fine. Yeah, you were saying?
Yeah. So the local players bit conversation quota or
hell no.
Quality wise.
Quota, let's trash it. Quota,
Okay.
what's the quota? You don't need to have a quota. The basic, fundamental, deciding or decisive unit is quality. If you are quality and you are playing very well, you're on form, you're
can go
performing
into the
very
team.
well.
And that fits into what Curious said.
Yes, call him up. Call him up. That whole quota system, I don't think is necessary. For me, my issue has to do with quality. If you are playing well, and I can tell that you are a baller, you are a proper footballer in your respective position, and you are doing well, they should call you up.
How about people who say that
They should call you up.
there's a rich history of players we've called up to the national team in the past? They come in, then they're unable to
Perform.
perform.
As in from the Ghana Premier League?
Yes.
Okay, that's true. But how many opportunities did you give them? How many minutes did they play?
Okay, because top of my head,
Because
we use Bayern, right?
Bayern just
At the
against Switzerland,
Yeah.
pre-World Cup. It was just a pre-World Cup. He
But
played a couple of minutes, and he even impressed. I think it was the first. He played one half.
Yeah.
He impressed, and people were like, "Oh, okay, this guy has shown that he can play." But after that, did he play again? He didn't play. He didn't play. You can make a case like, oh, okay, where did his career end up? But that's a different conversation. But we're talking about with the Black Stars. When he got the opportunity,
What did he do for the Black
he
Stars?
did quite well. You get it, and that was it. He didn't get any other major opportunity to show what he has, and that has been my problem. Look, how many years did it take for Ghanaians, or how many did it take for Jordan Ayew to grow into what he has become, and even what he became? Issues.
Yeah.
Oh, or what? We forget Asamoah Gyan in 2006, 2007, 2008. He wasted so many chances. Ghanaians criticized him to the point that he packed the stuff and wanted to leave camp. Have we forgotten? Have we forgotten that you give one player a chance? I mean, that's my whole beef. Jonas Ajeti struggled he was poor against Germany, he was poor against Austria. But people do not have any issue bringing back Jonas Ajeti into the Black Stars again for the World Cup.
Yeah.
But Razak Simpson balled out against Angola. He balled out in our subsequent games, and he had that one poor performance against Nigeria at the Unity Cup.
Yeah.
In the Unity Cup in London. And right after that, oh yeah, let's trash him. He's not good enough.
So he played against Trinidad and Tobago. And
He did well.
Yeah.
It was the game against Nigeria that he didn't
He
perform
wasn't
well.
called again to the
He
national.
wasn't called again. And I'm asking myself, if you are comfortable calling back Jonas Ajeti into the national team, and you are comfortable that this guy is more or less like 85% sure to be in the Black Stars team for the World Cup, why aren't you comfortable, or why do you have an issue with the idea that Razak Simpson deserves a call up to the national team, all because he had a poor game against Nigeria. That is my issue. That is my issue. People make it look like if you play in the Ghana Premier League, it's like you are covered with leprosy, that you shouldn't be touched. Like, I don't get it. I honestly don't get it. I know, and I'm the first person who will tell you that the Ghana Premier League is ranked 100 in the world, according to the IFFHS. The Ghana Premier League has major issues, problems, big problems. But are you telling me that everything connected to the Ghana Premier League is trash? Of course not.
Okay.
Even Leicester City, that has been relegated to the League One, isn't one of Ghana's best players playing there? So of course there will be outliers. So let's kill this notion that every Ghana Premier League, the fact that the player plays in the Ghana Premier League means that he is trash because the league is trash.
Oh, okay.
We should kill that notion.
You still think that they are quality players?
They are still quality players in the league.
The way people see the league.
Yes. And me, I asked this question on Twitter and it blew up. Patrick Pfeiffer.
Yeah.
Patrick Pfeiffer and Razak Simpson as defenders. My people, Patrick Pfeiffer as a defender and Razak Simpson as a defender. Who is a better defender among these two? Gabi, who is a better defender among these two?
Well, I'll pick Razak Simpson all day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next question.
Because of what I've seen him do, I've watched Pfeiffer though. I don't think what Razak will do or the difference in the quality is that huge like that.
Okay, so as a defender, you pick Razak.
Yeah, I'll go with him.
Okay, but between Razak Simpson and Patrick Pfeiffer, who do you believe has a strong chance of playing for Ghana at the World Cup?
Between the two? What is it based on?
No, based on everything you know and hear, everything you know, reality. These two, Razak Simpson and Patrick Pfeiffer, who has a better chance of playing at the World Cup for Ghana?
I think I'll go with Pfeiffer.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But who would you pick as a better player?
I'll go with Razak Simpson. Yeah.
So why is there a disconnect? That is my issue.
Yeah, because he plays for Nations FC.
That's it. That's my whole argument. Like the fact that he plays for Nations FC make people can't shake off that whole notion about Ghana Premier League, Ghana Premier League. And I ask myself, is it quality enough? Especially when in Razak Simpson's case, he got called up to the Black Stars. He played in AFCON qualifiers, and he as an individual performed so well.
Yeah.
But because he had that one poor game against Nigeria in the Unity Cup, and he hasn't been called up since. So the argument is, oh, he's not quality enough and he shouldn't be part of the Black Stars team. I'm sorry, Patrick Pfeiffer as a defender, as a player, his profile, check him out, go watch his game. Master, are you saying that we do not have the ilk of Patrick Pfeiffer in the Ghana Premier League? That is my whole issue. And people are bringing in you're on X saying that if Elisha Owusu and Kwesi Sibo can play for the Black Stars, why can't Salim Adams of Midiama play for the Black Stars? And that, do you know what it takes to be the captain at AJ Oxlade as Elisha Owusu is? Or do you know what it takes to play for Real Oviedo in the Spanish La Liga? I beg you people, when you are in your homes and you are watching games and you see these Abroche players, they play bang on average football and sometimes poor football. What is the first comment that you make when it comes to comparing them and our players? And Dr. Ernest Kranti even said it right here in this same studio. He said it. A passport need agent. A passport need agent. And it's the same thing playing out when it comes to this whole Ghana player, a Ghana GPL player, local player, Abroche player. A passport need agent.
So let's swap places and
let's swap.
I see.
A passport need agent. Brandon, the fact that Obobo Abroche, so yeah, the jersey is nice, the boots are nice, the coverage is nice. So yeah, some brand be there, body. Kill those things out. Is it quality enough? why I make my point that intimo patches say kwesisi bobo obonu. You need be necessary for Ghana Premier League.
Somebody's also making a case for Eche Dogley, the Heart of Lions champ.
Solid player.
Yeah.
Intimo patches say Elisha Wusu ball boy. This ball performance that Elisha Wusu delivers when he plays for AJ Oaks there, when he plays for the Black Stars. Are you saying that there is no player in the Ghana Premier League who is capable of playing or giving such a performance? Come on, man. Come on. We should be truthful. We should be truthful. And if these guys are consistently part of the Black Stars, how many poor games hasn't Elisha Wusu had in the Black Stars?
I don't remember.
How many? No. Which game did Elisha Wusu stand out, ball out for you in the Black Stars colours?
I can't say because he's not impressed me.
But people have an issue with the notion that Salim Adams can come in and take up his position in the standings or the hierarchy of the Black Stars. And they are making this point that Salim Adams he went to Cincinnati B team and he didn't even make the cut. That was 3 years ago. The guy is 23 years now, getting to 24. He's 23 getting to 24. He has developed as a player. The Salim Adams we saw at Accra House of Folk and initially at New Edubiase, he is not the same player he is now at Mediama. He is not the same player. He has improved and his performance is worthy of a Black Stars call-up. And I don't mean Black Galaxy, so Black Stars call-up. Are you saying that let's say Carlos Queiroz lines up, he sets his team up in 4-3-3. Midfield, Partey, so pivot. On one side, Caleb Yuenchi or Majid Ashimiro occupy one side of the number 8.
Yeah.
And Salim Adams playing on the other side. On to Mimbo. Charlie. He can't play. We should be truthful. It's all about quality. Me, that whole quota system, I don't subscribe to it.
But if the player is good enough.
Pardon?
If the player is good.
If the player is good enough, call him. I don't subscribe to that whole quota thing. I don't subscribe to it. But are you telling me that the Ghana Premier League would not have enough quality players, at least 4 players, to be part of this Black Stars team? And people are making this whole notion like, they will walk into we are making this argument as if they will walk into the starting lineup and be quote unquote difference makers. That's not what I'm saying. Based on the limitations of Ghana Premier League, so the players are limited somewhat. So I don't see in reality from the get-go that these players will go into the national team and be instant difference makers. No. Maybe once they are around the team for a while, then they can step up into that role. But for the immediate term, get them into the team and let them be part of the team.
Okay.
Especially with eyeing a role in the second unit. Then they can step up in the maybe second half, maybe 75th minute with about 15 minutes left to play. Then you give them the opportunity. They play.
Yeah.
And who says every player in the Ghana Premier League should be a difference maker? In the Black Stars should be a difference maker. How many teams in this world have difference makers across the field? You just need a handful of players. The rest, get them to play their roles. Case closed. Are you telling me that the Ghana Premier League players, they can't play their roles? A defender like Razak Simpson can't play his role as a defender. Or Benjamin Asari, he can't play his role as a goalkeeper.
Yeah.
They can. And I always make this example. Asari was with Great Olympics when they got relegated. When they got relegated, he moved to Accra House of Folk. What did Accra House of Folk do in his first season? They didn't do squats. They didn't even qualify to CAF Confed Cup. But they put him in post, and now he's the starting goalkeeper for Ghana.
Yeah.
He's virtually undroppable. I have some question marks about him from a goalkeeping standpoint. But those question marks aren't enough to have him dropped entirely from the team. I believe he should be part of the team, but not necessarily as a starter. But per the pool of goalkeepers that we have, he should definitely be starting. You get my point?
Yeah.
So this whole notion, this flip-flop in Ghana, we should kill it.
Okay.
If the player has quality enough, he's in the Ghana Premier League, do not hesitate. Call him up. Call him up. And in this present day Ghana Premier League, as we speak, there are about 4 players in the team that should be called up to the team. To the Black Stars.
Yeah.
Salim Adams is one. Eche Dogley is one. Rudolph Mensah is one. Samuel Atakume is one. And had it not been for the fact that Ghana is too fortified in the wing areas, Prince Chenebo of Basake Holy Star should be another one.
I've seen people calling for Augustine Okra too.
No, he's past his prime. No, he's past it. He is past it.
No, because you're talking about the experience and
what experience? No.
Because he's now what, 32?
Yeah, Augustine Okra is past his prime. No, please, no, let's not do this. Augustine Okra is past his prime.
Okay.
So I won't include him. I don't think you've ever heard me mention the Ghana Premier League players, standout players, and Augustine Okra's name is in there. No.
Yeah.
He's not, at this point, he's not as good as he was back in 2014, 2015. He's not even as good as he was in 2021 when he was playing for Simba.
Yeah.
In Tanzania. He's not. So for him, nah, he doesn't cut it for me.
Okay.
So, people, we should be open-minded and not close-minded to the idea of having Ghana Premier League players in the Black Stars. A player in Division 2 was brought into the Black Stars. His debut game, he scored, and Otuado ran onto the pitch to go and give him a hug. His name is Jerry Free. Why? Have people forgotten? He wasn't even in the Ghana Premier League.
Yeah.
He wasn't in Division 1. He was in Division 2. He was in Division 2. Are you telling me that the players there are not good enough in the Ghana system, the football system? They are not good enough. Come on, I don't believe it. Okay. I seriously do not believe it.
Let me take Kwachi and see what he thinks.
I mean, like
the local players conversation. Yeah.
No, I think like basically Al says, I think it's just two opposite ends, and it's just like a reflection of every discussion that we seem to have these days. There are two entrenched positions, and there are certain people who feel that there should be players in the squad because they play in the Ghana Premier League, they should be in the squad. And there are people who think that because they play in the Ghana Premier League, they can't be good enough to be in the squad. Whereas if you look at it closely, I think it, like we said, it comes down to each case and its merit. One of the beautiful things about football is you can have different players playing in different teams, and once they're playing in different teams, they're able to make that team better. Sometimes they don't even look better outside of the system. If you take someone like Danny Drinkwater, he's never been able to recapture out the form of that league-winning system, rugby league-winning team with Leicester. But that team worked too well because he had the free role while, Kante did all the work next to him. And the next season in the Premier League, I think you noticed that Conte maintained that. So that's when he started to get Fabregas, and sometimes he would play Fabregas and you'd play Matic and Kante, but sometimes he would play Fabregas and Kante. And then you'd have the position where Kante would be given Fabregas the license to go forward. And it's just how you're able to utilize these players, because at the end of the day, it's about trying to achieve a result. And I think that is the thing that needs to be center and focus. The whole overline take from this argument is that it's an indictment on our league itself. Because if you look at someone like a team like South Africa, when you look at the AFCON, almost all their players were home based. They didn't choose they were choosing their best squad, and it looks like they've grown their league to a point where the best players who represent South Africa come from their local league. We are nowhere near that level. We are still, every time we have a new talent, it's the most exciting talent we have is when we find a player who we didn't know was Ghanaian, but his family later is Ghanaian, and then we start projecting, hey, when can we get him into Ghana? This guy, will he play for Ghana? And that's where the excitement comes from. We consistently want to go and reap in different places where we have not sown. We want different players to grow up and have have this training and have all this expertise, and then when they get to a point where they can give it to us, we now come in and we benefit off that. And that's just why I just find the whole attitude towards the whole thing very surprising. And it's, if there was a point where we could, because that's another factor too, just to use that training and all those things, as good as these players are, if they were able to maybe be in other countries where they had exposure to maybe different sports science medicine, if they had different training regimens, like there's so many things that go into the individual player that you see on the field, like the background work that goes into him, the amount of coaching that they have.
Yeah,
there's so much they do now that involves technology. I saw this with the free kick, where once you take the free kick, they can tell you exactly where you hit the ball with on your foot and where the ball landed. So immediately before you start practicing free kick, not like you just stand behind the ball and you keep trying to put in the corner. But the more time you practice, you eventually learn how to get the technique. And there are these little things that, because we are not yet at the level where we can invest in our football as much as other countries will always be ahead. So it means that if other players are exposed to the, just like the Fatawu Shaku example that was mentioned yesterday, obviously he was a very good player when he was in Ghana. But you can clearly see that even now that he's been out, like, there have been improvements that have been made along the way. And that's why I feel like we are too quick to discredit the local players and not give them the chance to realize that these players can get better. We don't necessarily need to judge them as we see them. That's one of the biggest things with football. We make our mind about something. This coach is not good. This player is not good.
And on top
and
of
change
that,
now. We need to stick to
he
it.
was young when he was playing in the Ghana Premier League.
Yeah,
he was young. Now he's grown, or he's still growing. He's still growing. And once you are growing, the natural order is that you pick up some stuff that will help you improve. You get it?
Yeah, so he evolve as a player.
So so if he was here and he was playing one way, he just cuts in and he balloons it, and now he cuts in and he reads the game a little bit better. Yeah, some of it could be down to the exposure, but some of it too could be down to simply growing up, the player simply growing up and realizing that or maturing to the point to realize that I cannot keep doing the same things the same way. I need to broaden my skill set. So once we are done with training, I'll spend some time after the group training session and work on some individual stuff on my own.
Yeah.
And these things, they do happen.
What a goal! Hey!
Wow.
My goodness!
Wow.
Southampton has taken the lead against Man City. Clean.
That was a good.
I was about to mention, like, we are avoiding the whole Crystal Palace are the FA Cup winners, and we completely overlooked an upset on the cards.
The 10 and the execution on point.
I need to see the marking on that goal because he had too much space.
Yeah, he had
too much space.
Just in front of the D. I don't know who was. I think it was Gonzalez or Kovacic also. So Southampton 1, Manchester City 0. Look, what's the guy's name? No name.
Oh yeah.
No name on the back of the jersey.
Yeah, but he went and he was pointing behind his jersey to celebrate. I don't know. But like this is what I'm saying. Southampton came with, like we've been saying from the start. Southampton came here with the game plan. They've executed to perfection. We wondered whether
Azaz.
We wondered whether when he sent on the big boys.
Finn Azaz.
And with 20 minutes to left, he sent on Haaland and every the people he thought could make a difference.
Yeah, he brought Haaland and
Doku, but it looks like Southampton
and
like we said, even slick football, the same slick football they've been playing all game, all day. And that's a brilliant finish. And they definitely
10.
Wow.
Oh, that was a sweet take.
To knock out Arsenal and Man City in consecutive rounds, that would be an incredible.
They've won it. Even if they don't win it in the final, knocking out Arsenal and City alone is 2 trophies.
Especially when we count out the teams that are in the other semi-final. I think that's Leeds versus
Chelsea.
I mean,
the final is Southampton and Leeds.
And it's a Chelsea under Callum McFarlane. It's a Chelsea and it's an open. I mean, if they're able to hold on to the win, it would be. And this is when the whole psychological thing about the league comes in again. Because if City lose this, and that, even though it wouldn't necessarily affect City, it gives Arsenal that much more confidence to think that our City are not invincible. Like they're not in the final form that we thought they were. There's still a chance that we can go ahead and we still win the league. Especially if they can also hold on and win in their game right now. So 2 very crucial games happening at the same time.
But City can actually respond though.
Oh yeah, they do.
There's a lot to play with. 10 minutes they'll do at that time, and all of that.
I think they could get very frustrated playing against a lower league side.
Southampton can actually hold on to.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I think they can get very frustrated playing against a lower league side.
See,
Yeah,
they have no intention to.
Pep is stunned. He looks stunned.
He wants to cry.
He looks stunned.
Oh,
He
my
looks
goodness.
really stunned.
I'm not sure he saw that coming. But look, Southampton have been brilliant right from minute one.
Yeah, they've been very brave, very courageous. and
They've
taken massive.
look. Do you know how they defend? Like, I've been watching this all over. They double down on any player in the box.
Yeah,
it's not just one player doing the tackling.
It's a lot of working back and forth.
Yeah.
It sounds like the midfielders who have to do a lot of shuffling back and then also getting forward when they get the ball, because they also break really rapidly.
Always doubling down on the City players in the box. So see, Savinho has the ball now.
That's
That's a very good save. Yeah, Charlie, that's big stuff from the Saints. That's big stuff. I think they can get themselves involved in the playoff. Because if they win the FA Cup, they are back to the Prem. I think in one of the successful seasons, they would. Even if they don't win it and they come back to the
Prem,
Prem,
they need to take that extra touch. Just take one touch, swing it over to Demidoku, let him lash at it.
See the number of City. Oh, the people here.
I mean, these things, yeah.
City have equalized. And that's the equalizer from Manchester City.
Yeah. Just lash at it.
I mean, that lead from Southampton did not take too long.
Yeah. They'll win it. Just lash at, because there are so many bodies in the box.
Yeah.
So just lash at it, and you'll be able to have a deflection going there somewhere. Now that Man City the order has been restored. I just did a quick check on the players who were part of the team that lost 5-1 to Austria, the Ghana team.
Hey, you've gone to pick that lineup again.
Actually. So there was Patrick Pfeiffer in there. What?
Did he come off the bench?
Yeah, he came off the bench. Yeah. There was Patrick Pfeiffer in there. A 30-year-old Derek Lucassen.
He also came off from the bench.
Yeah. He didn't play that particular game, but he played in the game against Germany. He played against Germany.
Yeah.
Then there was Daniel Ej, 28-year-old winger forward guy. Then there's Jerome Opoku. Seriously, are we saying that Jerome Opoku as a defender, boy, in a Ghana Premier League? Gabi. Charlie, if I talk true.
Well, Jerome, you see, all these players have been very
on the peripheral.
Yeah, they've been, and you see, even if you want to look at the performance, because Jerome Opoku has been around the national team for
close to 2 years.
Yeah.
If not 2 years and more.
Because I think he came in, we were about to play a couple of friendlies when
he
was
under. He came in around 2024.
Yeah.
He's been with the Black Stars for...
Yeah, so Otto.
Yes, he's been with the Black Stars for about 2 years.
Otto who gave him those...
He's been with the Black Stars for about 2 years. What has been his contribution? What has been his impact? Zilch, that role, if you give it to a Ghana Premier League player, it goes spoil there. Jerome Opoku had multiple chances to start for Ghana. One moment it's his back. One moment he's injured. He's this. He's that. He's not fit. Remember, he went to play some friendly game. Nigeria. He got himself red-carded.
Yeah, Nigeria and Uganda, those two friendlies.
Yes, those two friendlies. He got himself red-carded. I think it was against Nigeria, and we lost to Nigeria
2-1. I think he played 2-2 with Uganda.
Yes.
Under Otto.
He got himself red-carded because he for dissent. You get it. So imagine if that was a Ghana Premier League player. Imagine that was a Ghana Premier League player. That would be the ultimate end of that player. But guess what? Jerome Opoku has been getting call up upon call up upon call up. What has he done with all the call ups that he's had, with all the opportunities that he's had? What has been his impact? What has he done? Nothing. Nothing. But look at the limited opportunities that Razak Simpson and Co got. Look at what they did. That's why I don't get this whole notion that like once you're a Ghana Premier League player or Ghana based player, it's like you can't even come close to the Black Stars. Right? What sort of selection mode is that?
But that's the thing. I think it's two conflicting arguments. Like I keep saying, I think someone like I think for someone like Goffred, his argument is right now as it stands, he doesn't think that there's any player in the Ghana Premier League who can get into the Black Stars. And then there's another.
And he added one key word, a difference maker, and that's where I say that you don't need a Ghana Premier League player to walk into the Black Stars and be tasked with the responsibility of being a playmaker.
But the argument now is we keep constantly in a position where we say we have to call Ghana Premier League players. We have to call Ghana Premier League players. And that's where it's like, are we interested in?
So are we just calling them to?
We need to, and it's like,
or we are calling them to come in there and change the narrative.
Yeah, and then some people have the argument that we should have a quota, but some people, even though there's no quota, they still think some way somehow we have a Ghana squad, so there should be Ghana Premier League players. Even though there's no specific number, there should be Ghana Premier League players within the squad. And that's where it goes back to the point that was made about it being a sort of like a token. Like, we are trying to make it seem like, oh, this is our league, we want to grow it, so how can we grow it? Let's send 4 of our players to to the league. But
well, it's Manchester City 2.
I mean,
Southampton.
You see,
water is wet.
Oh Lord Jesus!
Wow! Oh, what a strike! Wow! Oh, what a strike, Nico Gonzalez. You see, water always finds its level. Water, it always finds its level.
So the hardcore defending of
Yamutu. Yamutu. Charlie. Okwachi, you will say you saying something about the Black Stars thing.
Check like you know somebody they fight the way you punch on one per way say you punch and you run away. Can't finish the fight. See Pep.
Oh, his face.
I mean,
but that's what I was worried about. Like, even if they score, they are just poking the bear, and this is
you see all that space and time.
And it's literally the same goal again.
See Madueke. Oh, that be he like this for just swap places. Madueke.
I'll say you go be ball pass about.
He's still better than Gittins, at least.
Well, he's better than Gittins. Yeah, no, but he there for swap play. He has to come and play in the Ghana Premier League, so that will take Fatah Isaku there.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes, look, we just need to be honest with ourselves.
Yeah, I was pointing out with Goffred's thing, like there are just two different arguments where some people are making the argument that there's no player in the Ghana Premier League right now who's good enough to get into the Ghana Premier League squad and be better than the ones we have. That's the thing.
And that's the thing. Like, the people that we bring in, are they better than our usual starting?
Yeah, and that's where I think that what we need to have is like we have two players who are very evenly matched, and what we tend to do is we give a benefit to the person who is foreign. That's just what we do. Two players who are evenly matched, two players who would play the same position, but we give a benefit to the person who is foreign.
Yeah, because he's playing in a more structured league.
And all environment-wise, the argument that there should be a quota, but if we are in a place where we have to choose between two things that are similarly leveled, let us now try and give the platform to someone who's in the Ghana Premier League. It's not that we're calling them because they play in the Ghana Premier League. It's not that we're calling them just because we're trying to fill a quota. But we are choosing our best players, and within our best players, for the players who we see who are hard to call out, because some positions are still being tightly contested. We talk about our right back spot. We talk about the spot next to Mohamed.
Left back.
Thomas Partey.
Defenders.
Yeah, we have
whole back line is.
And that's what I'm always
we have certain positions that we can just try and.
That left full back position, it could have easily been his. Patrick Asiedu, Kotoko's left full back.
Yeah,
it could have easily been his. And for a while, he was playing very well. Then I don't know whether it got swollen headed and the form and consistency dropped. Oh, I don't think this is a red card because there was a defender behind the goalkeeper. So
yeah,
he can't be the last
man.
Yeah, he can't be the last man. Nick Pope can be the last man.
Well, a yellow card was shown already.
So. Yeah. I think it was time. That would be all. A yellow card, nothing more. So for me, that whole conversation, people shouldn't make it look like you are calling someone from Mars to come and play the Black Stars if the person is from the Ghana Premier League. Come on, people.
Yeah. Like, these players are being called on merit, and the only thing is that people shouldn't just discredit them because they come from the Ghana Premier League. And that's where it's like, it seems like sometimes people think that these players are just being called because they're from the Ghana Premier League. But like you said, like you've seen with players like Razak, even though we didn't get to see Kelvin Nkrumah play with the Black Stars, I think in the Kirin Cup he could have been able to show something. We've seen them, come in and not look out of form. And it's a point that was also made yesterday in the reverse, where it's like some of the players who played in 2006 weren't able to do anything beyond with their career. And what does that and that's not the point. The fact that they weren't able to do anything more with their career, but they were still able to come in and play for Ghana at the highest level, at the international level, playing a World Cup, and at the time help Ghana reach its highest ever finish in its first ever tournament. that alone should be proof that these players are good enough if they are given opportunity. It doesn't necessarily mean that they are going to become the best players in the world. But that's the job of a coach, to see the best players he has, where he can utilize them. And as an international coach, you have an extended ladder. Because as a club coach, I'm limited to the players that I have and the players that I own. As an international coach, there are so many profiles out there. You can actually go down, sit down, and consider yourself, what type of players do I want, and go and get these players, and go and try and find these player profiles in different types. And we saw him going to the Black Galaxies training yesterday.
I
don't.
He was there today too.
Today too.
Yeah, he went to watch Day and Hearts of Lions.
I can't speak for him.
So
I don't know.
So he would have his assessment. He would have his judgment on seeing it from the national team perspective, because he watched the Galaxies, and then he watched the club side in Hearts of Lions. I would really love to hear from Curious on what he thinks about.
I mean, to be like, I don't want to say it's being performative, but I don't necessarily how far. I don't know how far. But it's important
that he watched, because that game against Mexico, a large chunk of the
it's the Black Galaxies that will go. It's the Black Galaxies that will go.
Then they should add Jordan.
Even if he takes them, will he plan on taking them to the World Cup? It's a bit like how we took some of the players to the Unity Cup. How many players from the Unity Cup squad have made their way through to? I think maybe Caleb Urinchi was around the first time. Yeah. But beyond him, not a lot of players have made their way into the squad. So coming necessarily and playing for the Black Stars, we saw
Francis Abu almost did, but he got injured.
But he's at Toulouse now.
There was this
Kwame Opoku.
And then there was this winger who we called. The guy, he was very good. I've forgotten his name. Mohamed Husseini.
Yeah. He's St. Jelua in the Belgian league.
And I think Kamaldeen's brother too, but I think that's under 20 World
Cup.
Yeah,
under 20.
I think the Husseini guy was good. We didn't call him again.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So even if they come and play the Mexico game, there's no guarantee that there's going to be any continuity and it goes through to the World Cup. So let's not confuse ourselves. Let's not try and look like we're doing things we're not doing, if that makes sense. If he's going to see the games and is going to have an impact on the squad, that would be helpful. But if not, let's feed him with the information that he can to pick the best squad available, rather than coerce him into limiting him into thinking you have to pick 15 from here, 3 from here, 2 from here. And already before even he selects a squad, he's already has one hand tied behind his back.
Yeah, you're polluting him. The Ghana Premier League players, it's a no-go area.
Yeah, and there's also going to be a lot of influence from the technical staff that remained. They are also going to want to score some of the players that they have worked with and who they think will be best, and that will also influence some of the players that Hero picks. So
yeah, but those two games, that game against Mexico will be very, very huge for the Black Galaxies. The Ghana Premier League players, that game against Mexico will be very, very huge, because if you perform
to support the argument,
you get a chance to play with the main Black Stars against Wales, because it's around that same time that the teams have to submit their names for the World Cup. So that Mexico game will be very, 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 very crucial, because our regular starters, we already know, we have our core. So it's those guys on the periphery that need to be sorted out, more or less. And for the Ghana Premier League players or players in the Black Galaxies, that game against Mexico on May 22nd is very, very key. If you want to have a shot at making a late run into the squad for the World Cup, that game is a game where you can't afford to have a stinker or a poor performance. You have to be able to really, really perform in that game.
I mean, it's a game where they can change the narrative. If they put in a top-down, ball-down performance, it can start to go into a different conversation with the Ghana Premier League. And and everything is up to them to prove before the World Cup. Like, everyone has an opportunity before the World Cup, whether it's at club level, whether you present Ghana. So you just need to try and do your best and then see. And like we keep saying, he's never picked the squad before. He never picked the match day squad, but he's going to pick a World Cup squad. There's going to be so much unknown, and it all depends on whether he's the type of person who is willing to listen to other people, or he's someone who is going to be stubborn with his beliefs and go for what he thinks he sees. And obviously in practice that might not necessarily be how it works out for him.
Okay, interesting thoughts.
Saka is on for us now.
Our listeners are reacting to the conversation, so I'll try and read some of the messages and see if you guys have got answers to that. The Republic of Football 97.3. Arsenal still holding on to the 1-0 lead against Newcastle. City 2, Southampton 1 in the FA Cup. It looks like City are through to the finals. And they'll be waiting for the winner of Leeds and Chelsea.
Hoping for a domestic treble.
Yeah. All of a sudden, look at that conversation. For a team
from quadruple to someone's domestic treble. That's how quickly a season can turn.
Let's say we Daniels. But coach, it's a serious problem for a team to that had I mean, people saying that Pep will leave because the team did not start well and all of that. Now they're in a conversation for a domestic treble. Yeah. And they're a title race conversation. And even you can even see it in Pep's body language. Like, he's changed. At first he used to be very tense, and now he's just like calm and all the pressure is on us. Now we just play out, and he's telling he tells he only tells the players to calm down and relax. That's what he tells them when they're playing a game. Just go out and enjoy. Like, things like he's changing the way he's sounding in the message, and I think it's getting through to the players. Maybe at first, it looked like they were underperforming, but now they reached a stage where it looks like if you are good enough, if that makes sense. If you just continue believing in the things you believe in and continue playing the same way, we are good enough to get back to winning titles. And that's one thing Guardiola himself has never really been good at. He's never seen the transition of a team. I think Man City is the only time where you can truly say that he moved from one team to another. At Barcelona, he had that prime Barca team. At Bayern, he had that Lewandowski team that he won 3 Bundesliga titles with. Man City is the only time where he's had to do the Alex Ferguson thing of rebuilding the squad from the ground up. He did it the first time when he transitioned from the Fernandinho, David Silva team to Rodri, Bernardo Silva. Yeah. He's done it before. Transitioning to this new team has looked like it's taken a little longer, because now he's 10 years in the job. 10 years in the job. That's a long time. That's longer than he spent 10 years. The longest he'd ever spent was 4 years at Barcelona. Yeah. And so, like I said, now he's also now adjusting to the point where, as opposed to just going out and getting the best players, he's also now having to bring in some different, put in a lot of different players from different places together and try and get them to work. Okay. I think you also see it in the different, his recruitment has also changed a bit, the type of players that he goes for. And I think, like you saying, Pep himself has evolved. Like, he would not be signing Donnarumma at the time now, you get me? But now he's also willing to make these little compromises. Even, we're looking at the game now, and Haaland is coming on, and they were playing with a false 9. That was what that's how he won the league before they signed Haaland. He used to play without a striker. And even when they had Aguero, because of how Aguero and Gabriel Jesus could fit within, and they could almost play like a winger with Sani and Sterling. But now he has a proper number 9 winger cross into the box and he hits it. And it's like he himself has been able to adapt. And sometimes I feel like the other people who are still trying to learn from him haven't learned how to adapt. They stuck they are stuck to how they the origins of the idea, or the essence of the ideas, but they haven't actually been able to progress with them. Okay, so that game involving City Southampton has ended City through to the finals of the FA Cup. Pep was saying a few words to Southampton's manager. I'm sure he was,
as always, you're going to be speaking with the boys.
This is like the third season Roda City have made the final.
Coming in.
I think this is the third season Roda City have made the final, because they lost to United, they lost to Crystal Palace,
and then now they are 2-2. So City through. They're waiting for the winner between Chelsea and Leeds. 84 minutes played between Arsenal and Newcastle. 6 minutes to end that game. Arsenal still with the lead against Newcastle United. Let me take some messages. And Lakadesika on YouTube says, how Visa managed to miss that beats me. Shaking my head. Arsenal are shaking. Okay. Danilo says, hope Aston Villa will cut their losses and let Marlin go and not claim him back because of his brilliant performance at Roma. Okay. Raymond Decoder inside Tema Community 4 says João Palhinha's goal was offside, but just to make Tottenham Hotspur survive. Arsenal 3, Newcastle 0. Well, as we speak, it's just 1. He says, Gabi, if a player plays in a Division 2 in Ghana and he has more than 40 goals, does he deserve a call-up because he's playing locally? Black Stars is for every Ghanaian. Okay. Nathan from Kaswa says Salim Adams and Eche Dogli are 2 names that must be around the Black Star setup at the moment, where our midfield happens to be the weakest. With a little motivation, those 2 will do more than what Elisha Owusu offers. Once they are able to justify their inclusion, I don't see why they shouldn't get a look at. We don't need any local players quota. They should all justify their inclusion. The likes of Razak Simpson, who's been in and out of the team. Ali Mohammed should be given chances to prove themselves because of the likes of Haifa, Newcastle, and even Jerome Opoku who are not cutting it. Only Prepra looks promising. For all you know, there might be a better winger with better final decision making on the ball than what we've seen Tilemana do for so long. It's good, Mr.
Premier League player. For all the chances that he's wasted. All the chances that he's wasted. Do you think he will be called up to the Black Stars as many times as he has been called up to the Black Stars?
The door will be closed. He says it's good Mr. Curious has made it an open platform for both local and abroad players to justify their inclusion. Hey, okay. Let's see. Just like what I just said, that game against Mexico would be a very, very good one to watch. If they go disgrace themselves, it makes the conversation.
Yeah, actually, that's another point too. I'm thinking about the positive about how they split the conversation. But if they go and they do an Austria performance, then no one is even going to blame the coach now. Yeah. Everything is going to be on the Ghana Premier League players, and it's an opportunity. It's what they make of it.
Because if they go and perform, now people begin to juxtapose that performance to what certain players did against Germany and Russia. Be like, oh,
yeah.
mean, if you give opportunities to these players, I think, the
thing is, we're too close to be a World Cup for all this indecision. Like, we're too soon to a World Cup for all these new what ifs to become. We should be actually more certain and be hoping that what we've worked on all this while up to this point is what is going to work.
Okay. Let's take a very quick break. When we come back, we'll do a quick wrap around the games. Arsenal's game will wrap up soon. Then we take the show home. Republic of Football 97.3. Enjoy. B, your fair here. Wait, Manuel Angelo Kwache. And now a Jeminta. Looks like Arsenal will be taking over 3 points from Newcastle United. Just some 2 minutes to end the game. Ends like this, Arsenal regain top spot of the English Premier League. Tomorrow, Chelsea will be taking on Leeds United in the second semi-final of the FA Cup. We'll be here to run you through all the updates. 97.3. Let me talk to Kwache. I think it looks all done and dusted for Arsenal. I don't think Newcastle.
Yeah, I mean another game sealed off with the corner.
Newcastle keep committing bodies.
I mean, they are trying to see what they can get from the game.
They keep committing bodies, which is very risky for them.
Yeah, but I mean, you either lose 2-0 or you lose 1-0. So I think they are trying to see if they can at least get a point back and throw bodies forward.
Yeah.
Time is almost up though, so looks like a little too late for them at the moment. But I mean, Arsenal have held on, and like I said, this has been the difference for them. The set pieces have been the difference for them. Yeah. It's not even to be critical, but this is how they stay tight. Obviously, they probably need to think about scoring more goals just in case all results they are able to match City's results at the end of the day. City would still win on goals scored. So I think in other games they probably need to start thinking about maybe once we get 2-0, rather than closing up shop, maybe we can see if we can get 3-4-0 and then we close it up, because it might actually, and at the end of the season it might end up being very handy for them. But at this point, what they want is a win. They want to see themselves back at the top of the Premier League table, and then they can reassess and go from there.
Yeah.
And like I said, it's not been a flashy game. They got the goal. They got the goal from Eze.
The way they started, I thought they would have gotten more goals, because they started playing very well.
Yeah, but I mean, I think you can still sense the tension, and that's where maybe I think that the City defeats could have helped ease the tension for them, because then they would feel like City are there to be got, but they can only do their part. And this is, like I said, this is putting an end to a bad run of games for them. At least for this, they are able to get the win. Against Newcastle, like I said, Newcastle themselves haven't been impressive this season. Away from home too, they haven't. But Arsenal have been able to get the results, and at this moment, that's all that's important for them.
Yeah.
Newcastle very disappointed with their transition play. They had solid number of opportunities to hit Arsenal in transition, and the output was just poor. Their set piece delivery very, very poor. You are playing against pretty much the best team when it comes to set pieces, not only in scoring from set pieces but also defending set pieces. They are very, very good, and Newcastle had multiple opportunities, including the final second. They had a free kick, and Sandro Tonali's attempt was poor, flat out poor. And you have big guys. Dan Ben is 6'7", Walter Mada is 6'6", Sven Botman and co. All of them are big guys, and you can't deliver a very good cross for them to attack. Yeah, that for me was very, very disappointing. But other than that, I think they held their own. Yeah, Malik Thiaw is also quite a big guy. Yeah, they held their own. They play quite well, but offensively they were quite stale, and they looked a bit too amateurish for my liking. For a team that has all these players, they should have been able to do a better job, trying as much as possible to hit Arsenal more than they did, and that for me was very disappointing. I expected better, and I expected more from them, but they didn't bring that punch, and that for me is something that I'm a bit disappointed about when it comes to Newcastle. But for Arsenal, another gritty win. They just needed to win, and they delivered. And so they will have to just sit and wait and see how Man City fare. But from here on out, that's how they should be approaching games. Just win as many as you can and see what happens with Chelsea, with Manchester City.
I mean, for Newcastle, that's a fifth defeat in a row in the Premier League, and that's on the back of.
I don't see Eddie Howe surviving.
That's on the back of the 7-2 trash into Barcelona. And the
I don't see. I just don't see it. I honestly don't see it. For the Chelsea job, I don't see Raiola or Glasner getting it.
Yeah.
I honestly believe that Unai Emery should get it, and once he gets that job, and with Oliver Glasner and Andoni Raiola leaving, I tip one of those two guys to pick up the Newcastle job.
Okay.
Because with Chelsea, just a quick one before we run out. With Chelsea, like I said yesterday on Panorama, they need a grown-up in the coaching position. They need a grown-up because the owners are amateurs when it comes to running football. The players, some on paper are experienced. Enzo Fernandez and co played at the World Cup, won a World Cup, played and won Copa America, played at Benfica, played in Champions League multiple years. But they are not proper leaders. And so in that sense, you need a grown-up in the room to steer them in the right way. That's why I'm going in for Unai Emery.
Okay.
And the interesting thing about that is, you look at the ownership. Funny enough, they had grown-ups they've had grown-ups as head coaches before. When they took over, it was Thomas Tuchel who was the head coach.
Yeah.
He's a proper grown-up. Then they sacked him. Then they brought along the line. They brought Enzo Maresca, a proper grown-up, but they sacked him.
Yeah.
You can't be first fool no be fool, second fool no be fool, third fool you be the fool. So they can't mess up for a third time. When it comes to this head coaching appointment, they can't mess up, especially after this Liam Rossini experiment failed woefully, terribly, miserably. They need a grown-up to come into the project, because that hotshot young coach, that shiny, fashionable coach on the touchline that you wanted, it didn't work. You need someone who's an old head, a little bit of an old head, will come in, wear tracksuits a little bit, won't be wearing sneakers and those things. Yeah, you wanted that hot shot. Yeah, you wanted that hot shot AI version of coaches. But you need like old school Microsoft Windows a little bit to be able to handle their affairs. And for me, like I said, Unai Emery is the top choice.
I'm hearing a similar thing with Real Madrid about maybe they might go back for Mourinho, because
I saw the updates too.
At some point, someone needs to be above the egos.
Okay. Well, that's how we wrap out today. We'll back here same time tomorrow 5 p.m. You hear from the guys here, Jamie Insa, Manuel Angelo Kwache, Daniel Squashy, and Edwin Kwakofi. Also supporting to make the show a successful one. I'm Gabi of 97.3. You take care of yourself, and bye-bye.